Oh, God. Okay. Well. Nobody's here yet, but I haven't posted anything yet, so. Legitimate. Legit. Let's take a look here. There was a bit of a reveal there earlier. I didn't mean for that to happen. Alright. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Promotion. Here's some big nerd energy. For fuck's sakes. One second, everybody. One second. There we go. There we go. Now we are talking. What else is there? It's here. I need to go here. Just a moment, everybody. It's the day that I usually don't stream, so I don't expect to get many people. But I'm going to do something fun. Bum bum bum, because I want to do things fun. That's what I want to do. Copy that. Oh my god. I have so much stuff on my screen right now. I get overwhelmed so easily, but somehow I'm able to force my way through it. And hopefully, in the end, we all have a good time. We'll see. Okay, we'll do the other thing first. I'll go here. No, wrong one. Wrong one! The heck? Wrong one again. Wow, okay. Okay, well, go ahead and have your ads. I don't know. Oh, okay. If that keeps happening, I don't know what to do. Anyways, that's twice now that happened. All right. Alright, I gotta go pick that up. And you'll find out what's happening probably in a couple of seconds here. And giving you a break. Alright, cool. I guess that's good enough. Okay, everything dropped. Oh, that's fine. It's fine. Nobody's even here. Oh my goodness, though. Look at what's up with all these notifications here? Let me just take a quick gander here. My social media accounts seems to be interesting. Okie dokie. Alrighty. Alrighty. Oh. My tummy is rumbling. Ba 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 da ba da ba. Alright, I'm actually going to turn this music off because I'm going to put some other music on in the background so I have something to listen to. Because I'm going to tell you right now, like, I need some tunes because this is going to be an interesting stream, I think, for me. But I shall wait for some people to appear before I dive into it. Actually, I probably won't. I'll go right into it. Hello, everybody. My name is Vic Roth, and today I am going to be showing off a bunch of games, children's card games. Okay, that's some of the stuff that fell. Hey, that's the stuff that fell. So there is going to be some interesting things here. Like there's going to be some IRL stuff happening. No, I won't be doing a face reveal, but I'm still setting up because I'm very bad at setting up for these things, and I have got everything pretty much done. But it was getting kind of late, so I said I'll go ahead and start it now, because if I don't start it now, the stream would never happen. And at first, I wasn't even going to stream today, because today is not my day. But yesterday, due to a series of doctor appointments, a series of doctors, um, I have decided to go ahead and do so today. Uh, so give me a second. Hopefully this doesn't pop up anything here. Okay. Alrighty. Now this is oh, I gotta go to stream elements. Sorry. It's probably gonna talk about my RPG stuff, which is fine, but I should turn on the other stuff again. And turn some extra lighting settings on, because y'all are gonna be seeing my actual tabletop from my PC. I did change a playmat, but anyways, we'll see that when we get to it. Still a little early today, I guess. It's definitely a little later for me, about an hour late normally. There we go. We got some on though. If it's too much, I might just drop some of it. Probably just these two. Fuck it, that's good. Yep, yep, yep. Hey, Kanagi. Hello, hello. Today's gonna be a bit of a special treat. I'm just setting up a few things here. I'm gonna actually I have a camera right over my head here, and it's zoomed down on my table here. Thank you to you, Kanagi, for suggesting this. So I'm actually going to be showing off some of my real life obsessions in the tabletop variety. And you're going to see some pretty old shit. Stuff that I kept for a while. There's also going to be some other things as well. You'll see. It's going to be a mix of various things, but I'm just getting a little. I got a little light here. I'm going to have turned on so we can increase the light settings. Oh, I don't know how that's going to look. That's really bright. Holy shit. Let's see if we can cycle through the different ones here. And if I need to dim them down, I can. Let's take a gander here. That's a nice easy light there. I think that'll be nice. Does kind of block off my view on the other side. My OBS a little bit, some of it. But should be okay. Shouldn't have any reflection. I'm going to go ahead and test that out before I show everybody else what I got going on here. But I'm got a pretty high quality camera hooked up here, so um, so hopefully you'll be able to actually kind of read some of the stuff here. Doesn't look like I have to worry about any reflections. Cool. Awesome. Rock on. So what I'm going to do today, you're probably wondering. Well, seeing how this is like a personal view for you, because you're the only viewer here, Kanagi. What I'm going to be doing here is I've got a series of games that I have brought up from the basement. I haven't brought them all up because got to save some for extra future content if people like this stuff. But I have some of the tabletop games that I kind of play as a solo. I know that's strange to say tabletop games solo, but it's true. I also got a. Oh shit! You know what? I don't have the desktop audio open. Let me know if the audio is too loud. I don't want to. That. Also, I'm gonna get the closed captions up too. 1 second. My bad for not doing that. Let's see. Closed captions. Because this is gonna be mostly chatting. It's not gonna. You're not gonna be. It's gonna be a lot of me just yapping today. Today's a yappy day. I think I had issues before with this though. Something about it not working or something. You do not have stream closed caption installed. Extension. Oh, I don't have the extension installed? What? I do. Maybe I need to update it? Okay, let's see. How do I... Oh, maybe it's the extension for my browser, maybe? Oh, you know what? Yeah, let me switch this over. So this is a bit of a chaotic stream for me because I spent the first since 9:30 in the morning. I've been setting this up, and it's now 11:30. So I've been doing this for 2 hours, just trying to get things all set up for today. For now, for this, without much of a I mean, I was meaning to do it at some point, but I had no idea how I was going to do it. So I had to like install a bunch of stuff on my computer to get the extra cam to work. It was a bit of a mess. Stream closed caption extension. Alright, get started. Quick instructions. Okay. Install extension if you're using Twitch. Okay, I am. Alright, says I already have it installed. Let's see if I can configure this. Do I need to update it? Enable it on your video lay. Okay, let's take a look here. Do I have it here? So I need to take a look. So enable it on your video. Oh, maybe I don't have a video overlay of it. Is that what's going on? So maybe I'll put it as panel 1, maybe? Yeah, I'll replace that one, whatever it is. That's probably what it was. That's what it was! And now I should be, you should start seeing me talk. There we go. Is it working now? Oh yeah, it'll be set up for next time. I don't know if you need to restart the refresh or whatever, but you should start seeing some subtitles if you wish to have them. I want to make this as easy as possible and speak clearly. Clearly, gotta speak clearly. So, let me know when everything's all set up and I'll, not seeing an overlay. Well, now, let me take a look. Alrighty. Yep, because it's not there. What happened? Alrighty. So... Okay, let me take a quick gander here to see what's happening. So I need to go to my stream manager. What am I doing? Stream manager, and then I can see stickers and blurb. Okay. Blurb. Okay, so it's not there. So it's here on my manager. Oh, okay, go to my extensions. Okay. So I'm probably going to get rid of blurb. I don't really use that. Deactivate it. Stream stickers can stay. Component 1. Component 2. Alright, let's try. Let's see what happens now. Alright, should be there now, I believe. But I think it's only showing it inside this little thing. I don't know if you can maximize it. It seems like it's not doing the full overlay, which it should, right? Let's take a look. Yeah, maybe you have it as a component. I do have it as a component, so I should have it as an overlay, right? So I'll put it down at panel 3. I'll just replace these panels. It doesn't matter. Oh shit. Panel 1. Let's take a look now. Okay. Yeah, panels are below the stream, yeah. I did, I don't know why it, oh, overlay, is it? Oh, I see. Oh, I silly. I am a silly Billy. I just don't know what I'm doing. Alright, I think I got it now. I think I have it now. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kanagi. Alright, great. Great! So we now have this activated. Good, good, good. It's important because, like I said, we're going to be doing a lot of just chatting today. So I want to make sure it's accessible. And, yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and show you the setup I got going on here. So let me go ahead and transition over there. Whoop! Ah! You can see double hands now. I have so many hands around. Oh yeah, playmat. I have a lot of playmats. I probably, oh geez. I think in total I definitely over 30, maybe between 30 and 40 playmats. And they're all different ones, right? This is Lord of the Rings. I think I have six. I have 6 Lord of the Rings playmats. And one of them I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna put it down because it's a special one. I have to go downstairs and get it because I totally forgot about it. But I can do that a little later when we have a little break or whatever. But yes, so this is a playmat. This is a playmat for the one of the playmats I use when I play Lord of the Rings. Of course, this is a picture of the Balrog fighting against Glorfindel. Which, of course, if you know, not Glorfindel is somebody that wasn't in the movies. So if you only seen the movies, never read the books, you probably have no idea who Glorfindel is. But apparently, he did make an appearance in the movies. There's a spot in the movies where Glorfindel is behind Elrond, and he does a head nod. I don't know if you. Oh, you're right. It probably is a Sildor. Yeah, it is a Sildor, I think. No, is it a Sildor? Yeah, you know what? I think it is a Sildor because it's kind of like got like Is it a Sildor? And that's Sauron? Okay. I guess that does make, yeah, it is Sauron. I'm an idiot. It is Sauron. It's got the crown and everything. I thought it was a Balrog. What? I thought, but it's not the Balrog though. It's because the Balrog had a whip, right? Yeah, that's totally a Sauron. That's Sauron fighting. That's Sauron fighting Isildur, I think. Shit. What? Yeah, I think that makes it because that's definitely. I didn't really take a close look at this. I should have probably took a look at it, but totally is though. Yeah, that's Sauron, and that's Isildur, and he's going to do the swipey on the hands and get the ring. Swipey hands. Okay. Ah, cool. Well, I have a lot of these. I have a pile of these downstairs. Um, and yeah, I got a couple to show. I got one or two. But yeah, I have a bunch of these mats, and as well as because I do play Lord of the Rings a lot for different types of Lord of the Rings games. Right. One of them in particular being the LCG that I'm going to be showing off. Oh no, nerd stuff. Yes, indeed. Now the question's going to be, what do I even show first? What do I show first? Well, I guess what I can do is show off some of the retro stuff that I have, some of the old stuff. Kind of work my way upwards. But yeah, this is something that I stole from somebody. So this is a book here. So somebody gave me a loan of this book when I used to run the St. John's Tabletop group. And they're like, you should really check out this book. It's got a lot of interesting stuff in it. And it's fairly old. So this book in particular, it's in fairly good condition. I haven't really. I did read it once, and I never returned it to the person because I actually don't know. I don't remember who the person's name is or anything at this point. So this book came out in 1990. So I kind of feel really bad that I have this book for somebody who I don't remember their name. They just told me, yeah, we'll hang out, and then like we, well, yeah, pilfer. True, fair enough. You do have a story about pilfering books that on the other side. Okay. You've played different Lord of the Rings games? Oh hell yeah! I played a lot of them. So I played the Lord of the Rings LCG, which I'm going to show today. But I also have Journeys to Middle Earth, which is another tabletop game. I also have War of the Rings, which is another board game. Uh, my goodness, what other games do I have? I don't know. I would have to go downstairs and take a look, but I love Lord of the Rings, so I have a lot of the Lord of the Rings games and stuff. My friend has like the old school Lord of the Rings collectible card game from the 90s, which is very interesting. So this book here, 1990, published 1990, it is the complete guide to role-playing games. So as you can imagine, it probably needs to be updated a little bit. It's only been 35 years later. But it does have some interesting things in here. The tank is kind of hilarious amongst those characters. Oh, the tank. Yeah, because there's something. Yeah, that is true. It is kind of it does kind of stand out a little bit, doesn't it? But you know what? This character here, I don't know. This kind of looks like a One Piece character. The pirate person or something. I don't know. Looks a bit strange. But yeah. So that's this is the complete guide. So what kind of stuff are you expected to see inside of this book? Probably games you haven't heard of. Some of you have. And definitely probably a lot more games. So it says here is Dungeons and Dragons obviously is in here. I believe second edition. Second edition. We'll take it. Not wild enough to be One Piece. No, that's fair. That's true. ElfQuest. I've never heard of ElfQuest. Marvel Superheroes is a really old game. I remember that game. Not very good. There's Robotech, Star Trek, the original Star Trek, not Star Trek Adventures, which came out later. There's a Star Wars RPG. So I used to have the Star Wars RPG. I lost that book. I don't know where it is, but I used to have it. It was a D6 game, but it was interesting. Robotech, and a lot more. So let's take a quick gander of this book here because it is kind of like ancient. Apparently, this book was $6 purchased. So whoever got it must have purchased. And once again, if the so what happened was he gave me a loan of the book because like I was running the St. John's tabletop thing, right? So everybody I guess wanted to show off and be like, oh, look at me and my old shit or whatever. And I'm like, cool, because I talked about some games I used to play. So they brought this one day, and I brought it with me every other day when I was going back to return it to him, but he never showed back up to any of the events. So I never did get the game back. Clearly, the TCG is based on military. Yeah. Oh, totally is. So this one here has how many pages of rules was that? Yeah, so like I don't know. Talks about D&D medieval games. I don't want to dive into a role player. Okay, so it just talks about different experiences with different role playing games, which is kind of interesting. What the referee needs to know, kind of like how to play role playing games, which is what every role playing book usually has. But lately people have just been skipping that because it's almost assumed at this point you know how to play. Also talks to the players about studying the NPCs and monsters to sort of like get an idea, like, so if you fight something, which I don't think is a good idea, but this is kind of like tips and tricks, the good, the bad, the awful. So then it talks about various different games. So then there's Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, the first one, 1979, difficulty medium. Hey, this is AD&D. So this would be second edition. Sorry. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Albedo. These are classic. Arcs Magica. Wow. Batman. I didn't even know Batman had a role-playing game. Behind Enemy Lines is probably one of the games. But yeah, there's a ton of games in here. Really old. Really, a really good pilfer. This was a really good steal. Real good steal for $5 and free if you're sneaky enough. I remember playing a Star Wars game, but I'm pretty sure the TCRPG was a board game that used D10s. I think. Oh, geez, I'm trying to remember what Star Wars board game that is. I've only played the. I know the Star Wars had like a miniatures game. That kind of like resembled HeroClix in a way. I don't know if I think it was Rebel Assault or something like that. But that's fairly new. That's not too old. Anyways, so that's the first kind of thing I'm just showing off here. It's not really a role-playing thing, but it is kind of like the history of it from 1990 to the 70s. Basically, the 79 to 1990. That's kind of like a collection of old role-playing games in that era. So it's kind of like a very particular era. Nowadays, the games that I play are generally ranged between the year 2000, 2005 roughly, to 2015. So I have that's the genre or the variation of games that I play now. I do kind of still play some of the newer games, but not regularly. They're not the ones that I usually go for. So there was a different variation of role playing games in around 2005 to 2015 in that 10-year period. And the games still come out. Like Torchbearer Second Edition just came out last year. So, but I mean, it still has the same kind of rules from that era, where like most indie RPG games now either use like a more complicated system. Um, shoot, what is it called? Look, the Star Wars system uses it. Let's see, Star Wars, FF, G, dice system. Yeah, well, they call it the narrative dice system, which uses like symbols and stuff. But anyways, they're a lot different now. The dice systems are a lot different than back then. And like even with Darkest Dungeon, that is technically rules from a system back in 2005, roughly. I'm not going to assume Glitter Hearts isn't in that book. Glitter Hearts, eh? Let's take a look. Ghostbusters International, okay. GURPS, of course. Of course, that has a big thing because GURPS is massive. But no, Glitter Hearts is not in here. Was Glitter Hearts back in the 90s? Gamma World's here. I mean, those are some that I recognize from the 70s. Heroes Unlimited. I actually have Heroes Unlimited downstairs. I have all the Heroes Unlimited books, which I will never play again in my entire life. MechWarrior. I played that. I used to own this. I had a whole bunch of MechWarrior stuff. MechWarrior RPG, yeah. I really enjoyed MechWarrior, but that's also more of a tabletop game, but it was still a TTRPG. Yeah, it was a Magical Girl TCRPG. See, I feel like the person who wrote this game wasn't very open-minded, because a lot of these games are very much about combat-oriented, or I don't know what we would call more of a like ninjas and super spies, like what traditional gamers would have probably enjoyed. MechWarrior. Is there a difference between MechWarrior and BattleTech? So BattleTech is the world. So the BattleTech is what we would call the world of the RPG or the MechWarrior world or whatever. And MechWarrior is the specific mechs in which they go to combat. So basically, a MechWarrior would be the variation of you inside the mech, like doing a first-person sort of combat, and BattleTech would be the world that you're in. I know it's a bit strange, but they are the same thing. They're both created by FOSSA, originally. They were both originally the same thing, but it's exactly the same. So basically, they're the same thing. It's just MechWarrior it takes more of a perception of the actual mech battles and mech fighters, and BattleTech is all the politics that come with it. And technically, they're both the same because you can do MechWarrior and have politics with it, but generally, MechWarrior focuses only on the fighting, where BattleTech focuses on the geopolitics of all the different sectors and stuff. Same world. But yeah, Robotech is completely different though. Robotech was like the Japanese version of MechWarrior, I guess we'll call it. uh, yeah, that's pretty much accurate. Yeah, because the thing is, BattleTech could be kind of used in conjunction with MechWarrior. Let's take a look. Is MechWarrior even in here? Probably not, because it's not a role. I don't think MechWarrior was a role-playing game, but I'm gonna double check. Because that would have been more like the tabletop, right? So like MechWarrior would have been the tabletop game for BattleTech. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Look at that. So MechWarrior did have a role-playing game. So MechWarrior is not a standalone game. Rather, it is a role-playing game supplement for BattleTech. It is the granddaddy of the champion of the... So basically, MechWarrior is the particular tabletop rules for moving across the hexes, right? So MechWarrior was what they implemented the rules. BattleTech was the role-playing geopolitics. So if you go back to MechWarrior, or BattleTech, sorry, BattleTech was the actual world in which MechWarrior is in, and that has the... So yeah, I was right, I guess, originally, where BattleTech is the world, MechWarrior is just kind of like an addition of the world. But they are two separate games, or supplements in a way. Crowdfunded on Kickstarter in 2023. Well, 2023 definitely didn't come in a book that was published in 1990. But yeah, so maybe it's not in here. But I do feel like even if it did come out back then, the author of this book seems very narrow focus on a lot of the tactics games. I don't see a lot of narrative. I don't even know. Like Vampire the Masquerade is definitely in the book only because it was so popular, right? But it might not be. Let me just take a look here. Traveler's in here, so that's not that bad, right? Just original Traveler or the Traveler? Yeah, Traveler's here. So Traveler was probably the Traveler would probably be the granddaddy of narrative RPGs. So that came in 1997. But Traveler would be like the very first idea of a narrative game. But it was highly complicated. It was very complicated. Look how much to talk about Traveler. Look at that. Like that's the most I've seen of any game in this here book. But that game is highly, but it allowed you to do everything. Like it was very versatile. And probably more open-ended than D&D was, because D&D was more focused on, at the time, well, it still is, I guess, combat. Let's take a look here. Vampire Warhammer, of course, because Warhammer did have a role-playing game, still does. Twilight's interesting. Twilight 2000, that's the military game. Pretty old. Not seeing Vampire the Masquerade. Why is that? Did Vampire the Masquerade come after 1990? I feel like it didn't. I feel like it was released in the 80s. Nope, not there. Let's take a look. When did Vampire come out originally? When was VTM released? 91. Wow, so really, so this book was published 1 year before VTM. Wowee. That's why it's not in there. Okay, cool. Interesting, but it would definitely be, because VTM would be probably the variation, right? You either played D&D, you either played GURPS or GURPS like, we'll call it Palladium system, or you played one of the White Wolf games. And I think the White Wolf games were probably the biggest branch. So So Dungeons and Dragons and Palladium would have had a lot of similarities. They would have been because they felt very numbers heavy. And then VTM would have been the break from the heavy number system. Yeah, so Twilight 2000 is like it's like a military versus zombies. I played it before. It's like zombies taking over the world, and the military has to fight the zombies in the year 2000. Okay, the year 2000 based on the 70s. This is what the 70s thought the year 2000 was going to be. So super advanced laser guns fighting zombies. 70s zombies at that. Oh, the Twilight book series. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's say we move on. What do you think? Anything else you want me to look up in here? The kind of, or do you want me to move on to one of my next items? One of my next things. We can still chat about stuff. But I do have a lot of different various stuff. I'm gonna probably bring out some of the old classic stuff to show you because it's fun. Oh yeah, the Y2K bug. Heck, I don't even know they even knew the Y2K bug even existed in the 70s. To be completely honest. But yeah, then again, Y2K in general. Y2K was always about the world coming to an end of some sort, you know? It was like everything's coming to an end today. This is the over for us. It's time. Like even Cyberpunk, right? Because Cyberpunk was originally Cyberpunk 2000, right? Cyberpunk 2020. So yeah, I guess a little bit further. 20 years after the pandemic. And they nailed it. They knew exactly what exactly knew what 2020 was going to look like. Hence the zombies. True that. All right, let's move on from this book. Once again, it's awesome. Oh yeah, Johnny Silverhand, 2012. Heck yeah. Oh god, it's pretty good. And Cyberpunk Red. That's also, but it's interesting systems, right? Interesting ideas too. And actually, a lot of the games that I designed, like Vandella, which is a table RPG that I designed when I was 16. That was heavily based off of the Cyberpunk stuff because I really love Cyberpunk stuff. Now I'm trying to make a variation of the game to fit a narrative style and also kind of fall under more of the Netrunner style. But even though Netrunner now has a new RPG out, so I might check that out first before I do that. Cyberpunk is amazing. And I love Netrunner. Netrunner is my favorite Cyberpunk universe. I assume that the neutral labeled guy, the glowing dice is the GM. Yeah. Yeah, so the GM is supposed to be the overarching bad guy, the guy who creates the world but also creates all the problems to kill off the players. This is how most games perceive the GM as kind of like the enemy or the overlord, because there are a lot of board games like Hero Quest that came out or Descent, where you have an overlord who's trying to kill the players, using what they can or whatever, while also making the game fun. Um, so that was kind of like the perception of what GMs used to be. It still is, I guess, for certain games, like traditional games like D&D and Pathfinder, But um, there was a shift in mindset that happened when narrative games became more of a thing, and I know I talk about narrative games all the time because it's my obsession. Where the shift became more about the GM is creating a coherent, cohesive story with the players, and the players are given powers that usually only the GM has, which you experienced a bit of Kanagi when we played the Burning Tor the bu- 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 when we played the Darkest Dungeon game, but it is a variation of Torchbearer. So when we played the Torchbearer game, Torchbearer Hack, we'll call it, you got to experience how you got to insert lore into the game by using Lore Master as an example, which is breaks the game, right? Another skill in, let's say, Torchbearer or Darkest Dungeon game that we have that you get to do things. It's also called a Survivalist. So Survivalist allows you to do what's called weather predictions. Weather sense is what it's called. So your character can actually predict the weather, and it allows you, the player, if you successfully make the roll, to predict what the weather is going to be like. So you have, like I said, GM control. You get elements of a GM. So it's not like the overarching big baddie GM now. It's more like him split up into all these different people. You're all kind of the GM. That's the games that I like. Is that I get to push my role off other people, and then they get to kind of insert stuff. Which I'm going to show you a couple of those games, because that's not like a new concept. It's not like I came up with it. That's been on the go since the early 2000s. So, all right, we're done with this. All right, let's move on to something else. So before I was going to show off some of my own creation stuff, but I'm not going to do that right now, because I want to make sure everything's entertaining here, and B, I want to show off some of my old shit, stuff that I don't play, probably will never play again. But stuff that I've just kind of kept over the years, collected, kept. So this, probably everybody's familiar with this. I mean, it's Shadowrun. What makes it so special? Well, if you take a kind of a close look at it, it's pretty weird looking, probably. So this is Shadowrun First Edition in near mint condition. It's actually pretty good. Kept it for a long time. It's got a couple things up here. So this is probably people would magical cyberpunk, exactly. It looks very much 70s. Yep, it's exactly right. This would be sort of like, wow, it looks like a book. Yes, it is a book. I'm gonna show you some stuff. This is basically, I think this was in the 90s as well. Let me go ahead and find out here. Oh, look at that. It's like a chunk taken out there. I try to keep this in pretty good condition, but it's I think actually it's pretty terrible. So this is supposed to be 1950. This game is based in. I think there's some writing in the back of this too. Well, maybe not. I know I did to one of my RPG books. That was pretty early and stupid. So this is published by FOSSA Corporation. So they don't exist anymore, but they're the same ones who made BattleTech. Just check at that picture. That is a troll. Cyberpunk troll from Shadowrun. It's got a little lighter there and a cigar. Now, if I could find what year this came out. Oh, 1989. So I had this book for quite a long time. I played a fair bit, though. Yeah, so some of the fun stuff I want to show in this book is some of the pictures in this is crazy, right? They look like a kitty cat. It's an elf. This game is not as complicated as the new version of the game, but this is first edition, so it's pretty old. You, the players, I make you suffer. I love this. I love the art in this. So good. Hand reveal. Oh my god. Get your tissues ready. Yeah, the cigars everywhere. Like everybody's like a heavy smoking. Heavy smokers, like in the 80s, like that's all people did. For free? Heck yeah. There's a naked dwarf for you. Does that do anything for you? It's got pants on, I guess. So these are all the different types you can have here. Elf, human, orc. I don't know why they drew them with underwear. It's so weird to me. it's like in nowadays when you play Elden Ring and you just play with no what? Elf makes you think of David Bowie? Oh, it totally does. That totally is David Bowie. The babe with the hair. Orc with a K. Oh, look at that. That's edgy. So we got some colored pictures. They did color pictures of the archetypes. So we have a burnt out mage. Don't listen to all that crap about mage being on top of the world. Okay, burnt out. Look at this guy. He looks like he's been through shit. Oh, this is my favorite. My favorite is like the Deckers. Literally, like in the year 2070, instead of using Wi-Fi, we're going to be directly inputting our brain into keyboards. Isn't that crazy? I'm diggity hole. Diggity hole. I'm gonna dig in a hole in this. Oh yeah, the detective, right? Dude has like some issues for sure. I do like it too. He's got like the little fancy attire. I love his little. It's like he's on vacation, you know. He's got the vacation tie on. He's like, I'm 2 days from retirement. I'm gonna retire soon. Uh, the move caused gout to flare up. Oh no! Oh no! Not to tell my stream not to refund their subs when I die. Actually, refund your subs and then give them to me, because goat's dead pretty much. So sorry, goat. So look at this. That's freaking awesome. The art in this book is crazy. Yeah, get some rest, goat. I don't want you to die yet. You need to make me famous before you die. After that, you can die. I don't care. This is so cool. Look at the outfit though. So colorful. So this would be like the shamanistic outfits, right? So like one of the things they did was a lot of the magic and mana came from shaman magic. So basically Native American magic. So you're gonna see a lot of like shamanistic stuff and whatnot, you know? And a lot of it is like ancestral stuff, right? Because it's the Native American ideals when it comes to magic and stuff in this game. Take a look at this company, man. Look at him, man. Like Jordy LaForge going rogue. You know what I'm saying? Look at this guy. Dude's got like a square ass body, and he's dual wielding like I guess those are guns. I don't know. His finger's not on the trigger, or is it? I'm not sure. The mafia dude? Yeah, former company man. He was once a company man, no longer. A former wage mage. Wage mage. What the heck? Minimum wage mage? Is that minimum wage mage? You would do well to withdraw your questions to why I left my former company. I will not satisfy your curiosity. Ask my old boss if you want to know. Tell me your problem. Once I know it, I can begin to solve it. The wage mage. An hourly wage mage. Check out this guy. If that's what gang members look like nowadays, I would be like, all right, I get the appeal. I think I'm gonna join one. I get it. I get it. I understand why you want to be a gang member if this is what you're gonna look like. And he's holding the daggers by like the ends. He's like, like, little nips. I'm gonna pinch. Oh, I shouldn't say pinch nips. That's probably not appropriate. But you know what I mean. He's like pinching the ends, like, yeah. Come on, I'm gonna get you. You want some of me? You can't handle me. Yeah, he got big hands. Big hands. You know what they say about big hands? Big feet. Ooh, woo. All right. kind of got like the cowboy boots on. Look at all the spikes. Shit, man, this guy's more punk than I. This guy's like a full-on punk rocker. Heck yeah. You don't look so tough to me, but that's okay. So funny. Oh, hello. What are you doing? Stop that. So anyways, look at this guy. He's a full-on merc. This guy couldn't have more weapons on him if, oh, oh. This guy, oh. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty. The goat. No, goat. Stop it, goat. No. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, you guys are, oh my goodness. Okay. All right, goat. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I said bad things about, not bad things, but sorry I said truthful things about, no. I'm sorry I said things about you dying, okay? I'll make sure I take that back and not say you're okay to die, okay? You live your best life. All right? Live your best life. I'm sorry you feel like I'm sorry you're in pain, okay? I Oh, okay. Alrighty. Already got me. Ow. That's a lot of things right in my face. Owie, owie, owie. Okay, goat, I take it back. I take it back. You're a good goat. Good goat. I can't wait to start streaming with you again, my friend. Ow. Diggity hole. Big diggity hole. Ah. Aye. So check out this guy. This guy here has a few various different weapons, eh? I think he's only got one, but he has a lot of bullets for it. I don't know. No, he has a lot of stuff. He's just got bags upon bags. This is literally what people think D&D players look like. They just got bags everywhere so they can carry everything, or a bag of holding. Oh my god, he's got like an ammo pouch on him. The heck? It kind of looks like a goofy merc, though. not gonna lie. Look at this guy, orc merc, orc mercenary. Just to do with a shotgun. And his arm looks like it's kind of backwards. I don't know what happened there. He's got the little orc mouth on his coat for some reason. Super dirty. We got a rigger. Rigger kind of looks alien-like. This is Shadowrun, first edition, yeah. That's what it looked like when the game first came out. From 1989. This book is old. Oh, we got the rocker. Look at that. That's like Jim and the holograms there. Type of rocking. Gee whiz. Ow. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't know. I almost don't like the mix of a lot of fantasy, but I get it though. I think fantasy and cyberpunk's great. The game that I was kind of put into had sort of a similar thing, so I agree. Street mage. I mean, is that basically what you picture a street mage to look like? Would that be Chris Angel? I'm gonna blow your mind. And it just levitates off the ground using like mirrors on the shoes or something. Street samurai. Oh my god, look at that. Samurai. Samurai-dis. God, these people got a lot of wordy people. Love wordy things. Street shaman. And lastly, we've got tribesman, which is very yeah. I don't know if it's okay now. It's a little over the top, but anyways. Yeah, there's some more pictures stuff. Developing a character. Look at all this stuff. Like it even shows like how the implants work. like where the implants go, how the science of them works and stuff. There's like diagrams of like, see, of all the different techniques and how it works with your fingers and stuff. Like, very interesting. Like the concept that they had back in the late late 80s, early 90s was very interesting. I think this is probably the most interesting. I think this era of gaming is more interesting to me than the era of gaming that we have now for Cyberpunk, because I think this is the way Cyberpunk should be viewed. Cyberpunk should have been viewed as it was originally intended by CRT TVs and really old school shit that has like a new take on it, you know? Versus like trying to modernize Cyberpunk. I think modernizing Cyberpunk is a mistake. Yeah, Shadowrun Returns is good. I think really, yeah, I think we should go back to how it was intended. Play the game how, like play the era of it. Make it feel like it's the 80s, you know? Yeah, exactly. Retrofuturism, but like in the opposite direction. Yeah. Retrofuturism would be kind of, yeah, I guess what we would do is retrofuturism in the era of the 70s, right? Or the 80s. Cuz I think that's the more interesting part, right? It's like the perception of what we thought the future was going to be like, and then playing that world was more interesting than thinking about what sci-fi is in our world now. There's a lot of shows in the 90s that had the cyberpunk stuff, Free Jack, I don't know, Blade Runner, all them, which kind of fits the theme. There was also another one that came out as well called Gattaca, which wasn't really a cyberpunk one, but it did kind of have that retro future feel from the 90s of what the future was supposed to be like. And that had also had the whole like portable programs like PDAs that had CRT TVs built into them. So they had the whole like scan lines and shit. But like it was cool because it felt futuristic. Even now, if you take a look at it, it feels futuristic, even though obviously it's not, because we have fucking cell phones that do a way better job. But you know, is that aesthetic that's really interesting. All right, I got another Shadowrun book I'm gonna show you from the first edition era that I have. So it'll be the second book for that era. And yes, I'm gonna show you how to play some games here. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're not done by any means here. This is just a warm up. This is warm up time. And I'm probably not gonna spend so much time on the rest of the stuff here. But this one I want to show you because this is like how we thought the future of CGI is gonna be. I'm sure some of you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're older than 30, you know what I'm talking about. So this is a supplement to Shadowrun First Edition. Unfortunately, not as a good condition. But this is the idea of how the virtual, yeah, Jaguar-esque graphics, exactly. This is how we thought the future was going to look like with regards to CGI. And I want to just show some pictures of it. I don't want you to show the whole book or anything. So the world is full of triangles and spheres and in cubes, because what we thought was like in virtual reality, you know, there'll be cubes and spheres and triangles, pyramids. Even talks about the most sensitive systems and the different slots of RAM that you can enter into. ROM and RAM, it's all like interesting. Ice. This is where ice came from. So have you ever heard the word ice before? So let me just see. It should be able to come up. I don't remember what ice stands for. But I'm pretty sure it's some kind of protocol that this game invented. Oh my god, look at this coming to the Native American nations. Okay. Very interesting. I could probably just look this up, but I want to see what's in the back here. Oh my god, they got a memo to somebody here? Look at this. Holy shit. You got a whole like RPG system all kind of written up there for you. In the back of the book here. Going into cyberspace. Holy crap! It's like super long. It's a campaign. Wowee. Look at that. So that's an entire mission slash campaign that they got written up in the back of the book. It goes on for a while. Look at that. Wow. So it starts here. Oh, look at that. I don't know if you can read that, but it's like it's got like almost like that green screen font, the old school terminal font, and it's just jarbled up and encrypted. Will be able to give any brain anything it wants. So it's like a virus. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be implementing like a virus. Isn't that interesting? Um, Holy cow! Introduction to the Matrix. So obviously the Matrix movies came out in 2000. This obviously came out with the Matrix beforehand. The Matrix being the artificial world or the virtual world. I really wish we called it the Matrix. When we go on VRC or go on to these virtual places, we should just call it the Matrix. That would have been so much cooler. I don't know why we decided to call it virtual reality. It's so boring. Call it go on the Matrix. Log into the Matrix. Oh my god. They went into some detail here. Oh my god, they got photo paper here. Okay, here we go. This is it. So this is Fuji, I guess, Fuha? I don't know what that is. It's the company, the artificial company in the game. Free your left nut too. Wow. You first? Look at that. I love the pyramids, the random pyramids. Like, ooh, three-dimensional. Okay, these are hard to see. See if I can turn off this maybe. No, this probably doesn't make it any better. It's coming from the window, unfortunately. Bro's liberated. There should be some more stuff here that's not just... So I don't know why they literally put an advertisement in here for the artificial... They put an advertisement in here for the artificial... they call it a UMS system. So basically what they wanted to do is demonstrate what it's like to be inside the Matrix. So they wanted very good pictures of like what you're going to experience inside the Matrix. You're going to experience naked vampire women in the Matrix in virtual reality, and furries. So they weren't far off. They weren't far off, right? They basically explained what VRC is. Basically, a bunch of naked avatars and furries. So pretty much what it is. So I literally have no notes. They nailed it. Okay, that's interesting. I love the scientist here with a, she's got like a science, like I got a science in my hand. I have science in my hand. Oh, is that RFK Jr.? I'm not sure. Can't tell. But yeah, there's some more stuff in here I wanted to show. Does it have like the Isn't there one picture here that has like the maybe not. Oh my god, look at that. That looks almost anime. Holy shit. Look at that. Anyways, I said I wasn't going to spend too much time on this hacker house. When hackers were like a thing. I guess they still are, but very different thing now. Alright, so that's that. So I have more old stuff, but I'm not going to show all that. I'm going to show some other things that I enjoy more so. So one genre that doesn't come up very often in tabletop games is horror games. Ow. In horror game, ow. In horror games themselves. Okay. Is that bouncing off my head or not? Okay, it is. Oh, goat, just letting me have it. Okay. Ow, ow, ow. You done? You done, goat? You don't want me to talk anymore? All right. Oh. Oh. Do you not want me to talk about my games? Is that what it is? Ah, you guys are so rude. So rude. Love you all. So rude. So, horror games. Yeah, I know, right? I know you're into like freaky weird shit. So have anybody heard of a company called Evil Hat Productions? Yeah, you not being into freaky shit would be the weird thing, wouldn't it? So Evil Hat made a game that got popular called Fate. So you probably heard of Fate and Fudge, but Fate was like kind of like their main thing. Fate Accelerated. That is a narrative game, of course, done by Fred Hicks. So this game here is Don't Rush Your Head. Funny enough, I did have an interview with Fred Hicks about this game. It was one of the games I did during my time as um, doing Rolling Intentions. Unfortunately, I lost that interview. It's not on YouTube. It's not recorded anywhere. Something happened to that interview. It just disappeared off the internet, and I don't know what's going on with it. I can't find a copy of it anywhere. But anyways, it was a lovely conversation with Fred. Fred's a delightful person. He was actually excited to talk about this because this is a game that he created on his own, and it was one that doesn't get talked about a lot. Like most of his games get talked about are like the newer games, like the Fate, and there's another one too. Dresden Files. Is it? So he did Dresden Files, and he did which is an investigation game, and he did Fate, which is kind of like a all-purpose game, and then he did this game. He's got a couple others, but anyways, this is the one that doesn't get enough attention apparently. But yeah, so in this game, you play as a game where or play as a character, sorry, that you can't sleep, and as you're awake, things start happening. Weird things are happening to you. You start seeing doors, start seeing things that you normally can't see. And you can enter what's called the Mad City, which is another dimension other than your own. Usually what happens is something's taken from you. There's a reason that you want to stay up, stay awake. And the whole point of the game is that as you begin getting more tired, more exhausted, two things happen. You get more dice, which means you can do more abilities. So the more tired you get, the more you can alter reality. Because you're exhausted, but your exhaustion lets you warp your surroundings. Because this is how it is, I guess. And eventually you'll crash. So eventually, if you keep doing things and getting more and more exhausted, you'll eventually crash. And once you crash, your character falls asleep. Then you have to wait until they're able to go into that mind state or that mindset where they can now go back into the mad city or can start seeing the things again. Usually what happens with that is like somebody might have been kidnapped, something might have been taken from you. There's a reason that you want to, that there's a mystery to solve essentially. And anytime you fall asleep, you're brought back to the real world like nothing happened. But then whatever happens, it gets worse. The plot gets thicker, I guess we'll call it. So for the most part, this game has got a little bit to do with mental health. Has a madness chart, which your character can start going a little bit insane as you begin playing, because your lack of sleep really fucks with your head, and it can cause you to have various different mental health crises, I'll call it. Yeah, it's a very interesting game. The narrative dice are not just pass or fails. So one of the things about this game is not about just passing and failing. It's about passing what you can, failing whatever, but then it's the result. So what happens then? So basically, what happens is you roll a set of dice. So you roll your dice to see if you succeed. So you have three. You have three dice, which is usually your normal dice. Then you can collect exhaustion dice and madness dice, and those get added to your pool. So you get this big pool of dice that you can roll eventually, and then you're rolling against essentially the GM's dice. So the GM will apply pain. Pain and madness I think might be the GM's dice. Let's see, pain. Yeah, I think pain and madness. Yeah, pain and madness is the GM dice. So GMs will be able to throw So every madness that you have is a dice. Every pain, so pain is like the difficulty. They'll get a dice, and then you do a roll off. If you have more successes, which I think are like 5 and 6, like the higher dice, like if you have like a bunch of sixes as an example or whatever, you'll get succeed to whatever you're doing. But then you count up how many which kind of type of dice. So each dice have a color of how many ones you have, and that's the narrative flair on it. So you might win the roll, but with like because you have more sixes than the other person or more fives or whatever, more higher dice, I guess. But then you can look down and see you have like 4 ones in pain. So whatever you do, so you succeed the task, but you have to endure pain to do it. Or if madness wins the ones, it means that you succeed what you do, but madness takes over. So now you're having a moment where you're snapping, right? Um, or maybe you screw yourself over by taking too many exhaustion dice, and exhaustion has the more ones. So then you win, but you gain more exhaustion. So that means you have a higher chance of crashing, right? It's really cool game. Is some of the characters they say that for people to play are like Amelia Earhart, right? Because these are people that have gone missing in real life, who have disappeared. So these are the type of characters they want you to sort of play as like the person who disappeared off the map and off the face of the world. But like this is a character sheet here. So you go, what is my name? My name is, and I am. What's been keeping you awake? What just happened to you? What's on the surface? What lies beneath? What's your path? And these are your discipline, your permanent madness, and your current exhaustion. So madness is a dice pool. So yeah, you do get more. You get fight or flight responses about certain things that happen. And then you start developing scars. And that's the entire that's it. That's the fucking sheet. Right there. It is a horror game. But also kind of like creepy horror, not like the just like, ooh, jump scares. It's not gonna give you jump scares. But it might be like super creepy. Some of the characters are like Clockhead, which is literally a dude who has a clock for a face, and he's like the person who let's see. I don't know if it shows a picture of it. Oh, there's also the Slumbering City. It's another one too. So people, the 13th hour, right? So there's a thing called the 13th hour, which is kind of like everything gets all twisty and stuff in the 13th hour. The markets begin opening up in the Mad City and stuff. And then like the bazaar, yeah, the bazaar, the bazaar opens up. And this is like part of the clock faces. They control the 13th district and stuff. Officer Talk, that's it's a really interesting game. I would say that, like, if you like games that have like a creepy flair to it and have like a kind of like a horror felt uh, feeling to it, this game is really good. It's indie as fuck. You can't sleep. It all started like that for all of us back when we were garden variety insomniacs. Maybe you had nightmares, or maybe you just have problems that wouldn't let you sleep. Hell, maybe you were over-caffeinated, but then something clicked. Don't mess your head! Bum bum bum. So, sticking to the more darker stuff, stuff that's kind of like horror related. I've got more games like that. So I got another game here. Monster Hearts. I believe a second edition of Monster Hearts is currently coming out. Let me just see here. Now, it might already be out. So the creator of this, I think it's Elder Avery. And we're not going to use their dead name. But this game is literally about teenagers in high school. And it's a messy. So this is a what can I say? This is a very progressive game. It uses the Apocalypse World, which we'll get to, system, and you get to play as one of the monsters. So creating a character. So you'll be playing a character. So you'll be choosing a skin. That's what it's called. So your skin is going to be one of the following. So I don't know if it even shows it there. Where's the skins to? Very LGBTQ book. Very, very much so. Very heavy on love and harm of the LGBT community. In fact, if you read the notes that are in the book, it is it is essentially literally about the struggles of the people of the LGBT community and how they are perceived as monsters by the general public and how they survive by using different mechanisms, which we'll get over. But essentially, they wanted to do it in a fantasy way. So you get to choose like a character, like a Buffy character, like the Chosen. You know, like the Slayer or whatnot. You can choose the Fae, which plays as like the traditional phase, not so much like the new phase. The Ghosts, which is probably the hardest one to play because the Ghosts are the quiet type. They don't say much, which makes them really hard to get the spotlight. But they interact through other players. It's a bit of a weird weird way to play the Ghosts because they enact trauma on people. So they have a move called Unresolved Trauma. So they could enact someone else's trauma and then get them to do things. Which, like I said, it's a weird way of playing. The Ghoul, basically a flesh-eating ghoul. The Infernal. The Mortal, which is just emo. Just emo. The Queen, which is like Queen Bee. The Vampire. The Werewolf. Awoo! The Witch. So those are the main things. The point of this game, though, is not just to play these monsters, because it's a different type of game, right? So when you're playing a lot of these games, and it all goes back to kind of like the start of this, right? Is that you're all teenagers, you're all super immature. You don't really know how to hold your emotions. You don't really understand sexuality and stuff. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to experience yourself while also holding strings on people. So in this game, strings are advantages you have over other people. So that could be advantages that you have over them as a player or an NPC. So like for instance, a lot of the people you're going to notice that are the monsters are going to be like the teachers, the family that don't understand them, you know, the Christian family or whatever, you know, the you know, just the average stranger, you know, like The real monsters in this game is the monsters around you, and you, who are perceived as the monster, are the quickly making food, no problem. Are really the heroes of the game. But so what happens with this game is that you start off with moves that are kind of self-harming, right? Like you can do hypnotic things, you can do feedings and that kind of stuff. But a lot of the times when you do things, you're actually going to be following a different set of moves. By moves, I mean things that you're literally just gonna talk. You're talking your narrative. You're just talking about what you're doing and stuff. And then these might come up later. But let's see if I can find the move list. I don't know if it just shows you there. Where's the move list? Moves. Moves are page 11, so it's pretty early. So your stats are going to be hot, because you're fucking gorgeous or sexy, whatever, right? Cold, which means you're calculating or like, you're just a cold individual. Volatile or dark. So you're going to have numbers between -2 to +2 on these stats. And those get added to your dice when you roll them. You either get a negative or plus. And when you do something, so when you're talking about doing whatever you're doing, like you're just being who you are, I guess, eventually you're going to have to roll a move. So the basic moves are on page 20. So what happens then? Your player will say, or the GM will say, sounds like you're trying to do this. Don't forget, you're teenagers. So it could be turn someone on. You're actually going to try to turn someone on, which is exactly how it sounds like. You're making a move on them. And that's usually a way to manipulate them. Yep. Manipulate an NPC. So manipulate an NPC, you can't do that with a player, but essentially you're manipulating them in one way or another to try to gain an advantage over them. Shut someone down, meaning that you want to bully them or turn them down or make them feel terrible about themselves. Hold steady, which means you're going to try to keep debating changing the 7 on my name to VT. Go for it. Lash out physically. Right. Once again, these are immature moves because you're like teenagers, right? Run away is another move you can do, and that's like you're just narrating, and this is like the player that the GM will say, "Sounds like you're trying to run away." Okay, roll run away. Gaze into the abyss and see what the abyss gazes back. And what you're trying to do with these moves, you're trying to develop strings. You're trying to manipulate everybody else to get your way. That's essentially what the game is. However, the interesting thing is that once you start leveling up, so this game has a system where you get perks and start leveling up, you're going to get what's called advanced moves. So advanced moves, there's sex moves here too. See, sex moves. Huh. Don't have like the thing on that. There is a lot of sex in this, by the way. You don't really have to get into the very deep details of it, but once again, it's queer content. So if you're a player not willing to venture down the LGBTQ path, probably not for you, because it's about gaining advantage of other people, which is a bit of a strange thing to say, but also it's about sexual freedoms, right? This game is so, and just to be about, yeah, really is what it's about, yeah. What's some stuff here? So growing up moves, page 39. So those other moves I told you were like the immature teenager moves, but as you begin leveling, you start growing up. So instead of like, harming others, what ends up happening, you get different moves. For instance, you start getting things, make others feel beautiful. Right? So you start getting the ability of making others feel like they're beautiful, making others feel like they matter. Make them feel like they're somebody important. Calling people on their shit. So this game is Monster Hearts that we're talking about. It is a LGBTQ friendly progressive game that goes through the life of people who are teenagers and who are sexually um, questioning themselves, I guess we'll call it. So you can't do these things out of the gate. You have to get grown-up skills in order to do it. So you have to grow up a bit. Another one would be intervene against an act of violence. So remember, lashing physically was what the immature one is. So intervene against violence. So that's one of your grown-up moves. Share your pain. So you can share your pain with others, so others can understand you better, or maybe you can understand them better. Um. Oh, neat. Got to step away. No worries. Take care, Meg. This game is really cool. I think the second edition of Monster Hearts 2 is out. And I think it's made. So this game was probably made back. So this game was made before the person who made it transitioned. And now the person themselves have been, you know, making games. I've played some of their other games that they have. And this is like post transitioning. So Monster Hearts is probably how they felt when they grew up. Monster Hearts 2 is going to be a more of a, I guess, post view of the game. So I'm very interested to check out that game myself. I might buy it actually, just because there's got to be some differences between the two games. And I've done an interview with this person, Elder. Elder Avery. I guess they're technically Avery. Avery. Elder Avery is what they had, but like I said, their name was different originally. So if you go to look up my interviews and stuff, you're probably not going to find it there because the name is different. But you can look up Monster Hearts, you probably find it. Very nice person, very very understanding. And I interviewed them twice. I interviewed them for a game called Monster Hearts, and there was another game that we played as well. So I got 2 interviews out of them, and they were awesome. Anyways, so that was one of the games. It uses 2d6s for the system. This is the game. This is the game that is based off of Apocalypse World, made by D. Vincent Baker, which I think is David Vincent Baker. This person is highly controversial in the role-playing world. You may never have heard of him. You probably haven't. You're probably like, who the fuck is Vincent Baker? Probably never heard of him. Super controversial. And it really depends on where you stand to on this topic. So what's Apocalypse World? It is a post-apocalyptic game. It's pretty thick. It is the granddaddy game, even though it's not that old. But this game started a trend online. If you go into itch.io and look up two different things. Look up "Powered by the Apocalypse." So that's, you know, if you look up "Powered by the Apocalypse," PBTA, or you look up "Forged in the Darkness," you're gonna find over 800 games. So what does that mean? That means that those two systems derive themselves originally from this book, the rules from this book. And people have made over 800 games and variations of it from this book. This book has opened up a lot of doors. In fact, even games that come out now in 2020, 2023, 2024, and probably even some 2025, still use the rules from this book or from the Forged in the Darkness. Knife in the Darkness is what the other game is called. But once again, Knife in the Darkness still uses a variation of these rules, just in a different way. So it's all contributed to this game. This game is so important to the narrative world. Unfortunately, though, it's also extremely controversial. Anyways, so what's so controversial about this? Well, it's mostly the creator of the game. So the creator of the game, Vincent Baker, um, he's an awkward person. I've had an interview with him. I mean, he's cool. He's great. He's a great guy. He's just very quiet, but very, very down to earth, I guess, in a way. He's an ex-Mormon and who have made a lot of games about anti-Christian Christianity. So he made a lot of games that went into Satanism, games that went into very dark subjects, um, and a lot of them are. And I got a couple of his games here, so you're going to see more of him if we get to it. But yeah. So this is not for the people who are faint of heart. I would not suggest playing this game. This game also derives a lot in sex, so not something that is really in a lot of role-playing games. But this is where this one, I think this one actually talks about Lines and Veils as well. This is kind of like one of the games that started, not really started the Lines and Veils genre, but it's up there. It's around when Lines and Veils kind of came into existence, because this is back when the Forge was a thing online, Forge.net. It still exists, but it's the forums are all closed now. You can't do any posts, and that's mostly because the Forge created a toxic environment where you had the players who played narrative games, and then you had all the people who came in to shit on narrative games, and then you created these OSR games. So then you started having old school Renaissance versus narrative players, and it really was a complete shitstorm that essentially closed the server. They were just like, "Yeah, we're done here. We're done," and they shut down their servers because of this. So you got like Apocalypse World. You got like a couple different skins here. You've got like the Angel, Battle Babe, Brainer, but these are like very post-apocalyptic games, right? The Skinner. Um, and this is very much like a game where the GM sits back and does a whole lot of nothing. They let the players do a lot of the talking. It's very much a social game. You've got the stats here, very similar. You got cool, how calm you're under fire. Hard, how hardened you are and how violent you are. Hot, how sexy you are, how inspiring you are, how beautiful you are. Sharp, how smart you are, how witty you are, and weird, which is like how lucky you are, but also like how strange you are from others. So like, do you have like psychic abilities? Do you have some other strange abilities that other people have? So that's the weird aspect of it. Um, I love how he like frames things, gear and other crap. Like that's what he written in his book, right? It's very much like his games are just so weird and casual when you read them. You can really get the feel of his personality in these books. So your damage is not done in HPs; it's done in a clock. So you can take a look here, based on what o'clock you are is like how healthy you are. So every time you shade off a clock, you're actually taking more damage, and it changes like how your character reacts to things. Same kind of concept where this game you just keep playing naturally, and eventually the GM will say make a move. But a lot of this stuff, the GM has very little involvement in. Like they set the scenes, and they sit back and like watch people do things, and then they do what's called hard moves. And these hard moves essentially are like what the GM's main goal is: to set interesting things, make them risk something, and then make them roll. And then if they fail, make these hard moves against them. And if they look to you, so like if they're bored or they look like they're not sure what to do, you use one of these hard moves on them. So it is a concept of the game that started a lot. Apocalypse World, Dungeon World, Monster Hearts, fucking Spirit of '88. There's all sorts of games. Like I said, over 800 that are powered like this. And this game has a lot to do with there's like manipulating people again, kind of similar to the other game, but it has a lot more to do with like you are playing badass post-apocalyptic people, trying to survive. Highly recommend playing this game if you are already played some narrative games. Not a game I would recommend you get into if you just started playing. It is easy. Like a Dungeon World is easy. I would recommend Dungeon World first, I guess. This one is a bit more detailed, and I think a lot of players, especially if they've come from like Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder, would probably not know how to understand how to play this game. They'll probably keep looking to the GM, wondering like, when are you going to do something? And it's like, well, what are you going to do? Right? It's a lot more talky talk, a lot more improv. Very good game. All right, let's see. I'll do another one of his games. I've got a couple here. I got Poisoned. Poisoned is another role-playing game. This one is very controversial. You read the bottom there. This game is 18 plus. This is a role-playing game for 18 plus. So, it is not for pirate stuff. It is. I don't know if I even should show much of it, to be honest. I'm just checking something. All right, so it's okay. I think it's okay. So it's not very big. As you can see, it's pretty small. But this game is intended for 18 plus. It's an adult game because it is very controversial game. And why is it controversial? Well, you're all pirates on a ship. And the kind of things you're going to be getting into here is a bit much. So, you know, when you're creating a character, you basically have to say, which of the following sins have you committed? Choose at least one. Or choose none, one, or any. Adultery, blasphemy, idolatry, murder, mutiny, rape, grape, I guess, robbery, or sodomy. So, like, these things, this game gets into pretty hard shit just to make your character. Yeah, I don't know. I have never played Pirate. I've listened to people play the game, I will say. I don't think I could play this game and get away with it on stream. There's a lot of sexual abuse in this game. There is a lot of dismemberment. Yeah. There's a lot of unfair bargaining, we'll call it. Which I think in the game kind of forces it that way. To feel like what the pirate's life would have been like. And illnesses and sickness and stuff. A different type of darkness than like Darkest Dungeon, which is kind of more like Eldritch Horror style. This is more like the actual terrible life of a pirate would have to endure and what they've done to other people. Once again, it's a fucking Vincent Baker game. So if it's a Vincent Baker game, you can almost guarantee that there's something fucked up about it. Moving on. What? Name changed? Oh, good job. Well, what's the... Oh, VT. VTuber? VTuber? Is that the thing? This is another Vincent Baker game. This is probably his fucking... You mean Apocalypse World is definitely like his like biggest, most important thing that Vincent Baker have ever made in the role-playing world. Okay, it created a genre that made over 1,000, like 900 and something games. Okay, this one here is my favorite game he made. Dogs in the Vineyard. Yeah, because the original plain democratic name is in the void. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, Democratic 7. Yeah, I think VT is a lot better than just a number. A name, not a number. I hope this is not boring, people. Because I know I'm just talking about role-playing games and card games. I'm actually going to go over a card game soon. I might even have a card. I might even do a game actually. At some point, I will be playing a card game on here, or at least showing you how to play one. One of the two. I haven't figured out the details yet. But this is a very different stream that I'm used to, so I am a bit out of my element here today. Anyways, a ye old English book. Well, it sort of is in a way. Did my caption stop working or something? Wait, what? Okay, no, they're still working. Okay. All right, just making sure. So Dogs in a Vineyard. This is probably one of his. I think this is one of his masterpieces. In a Wicked Age is also really good, but he never made like a proper book of In a Wicked Age, and that used a deck of cards. So that actually used playing cards as the dice system in a Wicked Age, and that one's really interesting too. It's more like a fantasy horror. I don't know what it's called. Wicked Age has got everything, so can't really say what that game is. It's kind of like a mix of everything. The game itself is generated through playing cards, so you will actually flip cards off the top of the deck, and it'll create a story for you or a scenario, or create a scene for you. And when you resolve things, you'll be using cards to resolve it. The suits and the numbers all matter to like how you resolve things. That's in a Wicked Age. In this game, though, this game came, I think, the concept of a Wicked Age was put into this game. Is this a solo game? None of the games I've showed so far are solo. These are all role-playing games. So Dogs in the Vineyard, once again, another game by Vincent Baker. Yes, I'm a bit of a Vincent Baker fan, I'm sorry. So once again, he's controversial as fuck in the role-playing game world. Probably not so much now because he's kind of been not making anything in the last little while. Actually, has he been? Let's take a look. I don't think so. I think he just left. Oh, there's Vincent Baker. What a nerd. I do love this guy though. Oh, he's a tabletop game theorist. Wow, what I strive to be. Oh my god, he's revisiting GNS system. Ah! What? April 7th, 2025. Oh, I want to go through this. This is so cool. So, if you want to take a look at what I'm looking at here. By the way, this dude, I love game theory, okay? I love game theory. So this is his site. This is Vincent Baker's site. This guy is like super smart. The GNS theory was something I wanted to go over with you guys at one point. So he's revisiting the GNS theory. I think the GNS theory is fucking amazing. So for people who don't know what that is, that's the game narrative simulator theory. Once again, it's 20 years ago that theory came up, and Vince Baker was part of it because he was the one who created the GNS theory on Forge. Well, he helped create it, I should say. He wasn't the original guy. A game theory. This is not the Powered by Apocalypse guy. How do you know that? Yeah, that's true. Well, I did show Apocalypse World, so that is where the Powered by Apocalypse came from, and Monster Hearts was another game that's powered by the Apocalypse. So yeah, it is the Powered by Apocalypse guy. Yeah. This doesn't use Powered by Apocalypse. This uses a very similar system to In a Wicked Age. But yeah, I'm gonna have to read this because now I wanna see what he has to say about GNS theory. But anyways, I'm not gonna go over that now because I haven't read it yet. But I really like David. I really like Vincent Baker. Davey boy. I really don't know if he has. I don't think he has anything other controversial other than he makes games about Satanism. But anyways, which is fine by me. Yeah. Academic study of TCG. Literally, yes, I have done lots of studying about role playing game theory and tabletop game theory. I would love to have a thesis about it of some sort. But anyways, let's go. All right, so we're gonna talk a bit about Dogs in the Vineyard. Once again, it's another fucked up game. Another game about Christianity. Go figure. So what is this about? So you get to play as one of God's watchdogs. So in a time when I guess, and I don't know who's here, but don't take offense to what I'm gonna say here, but it's essentially Utah, okay? Back in the early times, back in like the 1800s or the early 1900s, Utah. So you play as one of these devout, and what you're doing is you're going town to town as disciples of the God of Light, and you're making sure that the towns are fine. You're making sure that the towns don't have any famine, don't have any negative things happening to them, because anytime a bad thing happens, so anytime a town is not being prosperous or not doing well, that means there is sin in the town. And your job as a watchdog, as the dogs in the vineyard, is to weed out the sinners. Unfortunately, the sinners use a very particular set of Bible laws, kind of like a version of Sharia law if Mormons were treating it. So, so yeah, so you're literally going around and nobody expects the Mormon Inquisition. Yeah, you're basically Mormon Inquisition, exactly. So you're going around finding out the sins of people and then stopping the sins. However, the sins in the game, the sins of people, are just normal human behaviors, right? Yeah, so like your normal behaviors, like literally, like in this game, usually you have a cousin that's in a town, or the priest or whatever. There's usually a lot of relationships around, because this is like back when everybody was kind of related to everybody in a way. So you had cousins and families and stuff in these little small towns. And weeding out the sins usually is a very okay. Here we go. Shall I read from you from the book? So, oh god, and I'll explain character creation a little bit. Hey, Melon Boy, how are you? I'm doing awesome. I'm not supposed to be streaming today, but I'm doing a bit of real life stuff because this is stuff that I'm obsessed about. And I'm talking about Dogs in a Vineyard. So I'm talking about one of the games. And once again, this is controversial. So if you don't like anti-Christianity stuff, just mute the stream. Maybe I'll I'll give a thumbs up when I'm done. Okay. But essentially, what happens here is sin. Okay. Here's the things with. Okay, let me just read this. So when you're creating a town, which the disciples or the dogs of the vineyard go into, there's something wrong, of course. What makes the game interesting otherwise is that you're just role playing, welcomed by the people, kissing their babies, shaking their hands, because you are the higher priest. You may be fresh out of like the academy of the chosen or whatever, but you are looked upon as being like the Inquisition, right? So people will give you it's like I said, you'll be going around shaking hands, greeting people, kissing babies. Hopefully the people will think everything is fine and you'll move on to the next place, because you're kind of feared a little bit. Nobody really wants to tell you the truth. Everybody wants to lie to you because they know that if you actually find out how imperfect they are, you'll weed it out, and imperfections will lead to purifications, and that's usually pretty violent. So you're going to say what's wrong, right? So pride, as an example, will manifest into, will lead to sin. Sin leads to false doctrinate. False doctrination will lead into false priesthood. False priesthood will lead into hate and murder. So these are the things you got to keep in mind. There is someone's pride involved. Injustices become a sin. Sin leads to them creating their own false document. This is the beliefs that the dogs of the vineyard have. The false doctrinates will lead to a false religion. The false religion will lead to murder and hate. But if you follow the Bible, or what they consider to be the Bible, you will never ever have to worry about pride, because you can give all your pride to the Lord of Light. So you don't have to worry about it. So this is essentially the Bible of it. So it talks about stewardship, right? You are a stewardship of the faith and how you behave with that. The roles of men versus women. So if you're a man, these are the things you do. If you're a woman, these are the things you do. So as long as they're following these described roles upon their gender, then they are not going to lead into sin. Love, sex, and marriage. As long as they follow the guidelines of love, sex, and marriage, they won't stray from the Lord of Light. You know, so like an example here, we'll talk about like the Lord of Light. What does the Lord of Light expect from you? Well, faith is above all. Faith overall looks like where, okay, so like falls under stewardship of families, whatever. So there's a hierarchy. So as long as you're a person who believes in the hierarchy, you're fine. So you know that if you're just a regular person, a married adult, then you're beneath prophets or local families and this kind of stuff. This is Dogs in a Vineyard I'm reading. It's a role-playing game. It's a role-playing game that is very anti-Mormon, we'll call it. All right, so some of the roles for the women: girls are expected to be retiring, demure, quiet, polite, patient, and deferral. Do boring, repetitive, medial work without complaining. So you know, like the guy who created this book, you know, he says it in such a demeaning way that you know that he may not follow it, but he made a game to kind of mock, you know, the religious roles in a sense. Women are meant to be afraid of mice, spiders, guns, horses, climbing, falling, and swimming. They're not afraid of blood. They tend to their young siblings. They make meals and clean the house and keep the animals fed. Boys are expected to be obedient, energetic, respectful, enthusiastic, and smart and confident. Do hard physical labor without complaining. Not be afraid of anything. Take on increasingly adult male responsibilities. So, and then it talks about the role as men, the role as women. If any of these things they're not doing, they're going against the Lord of Light, which will eventually lead to pride, which will eventually lead to sin, which eventually will lead them to write false doctrines, which means that eventually they'll lead themselves to false worship, and then murder will begin. This is how they believe. This is how the world of the Lord of Light begins. And then he talks about between husband and wife is all sex and all love is vigorous. Between two people married to others, no romantic love is vigorous and sex is a sin. So it talks about like the different types of sin you can have from sex, marriage, and love. Polygamy or whatever. Yeah, the full word. Talks about how men, I guess, can have up to 40. It can say, let's see. No man under 30 can have a second wife. No man under 40 can have a third. Vigorous, right? Yeah, that's it. Virtuous. Yeah, that's it. You got it. My bad. So it tells you what age you can have multiple wives, but wives can't have multiple men. But that's just how it is. Injustice. Talks about money. how you can have money and how much money you're supposed to spend on the Lord of Light. Talks about the different sins and injustices. So it goes into like this. So basically, the players would read the section about, you know, what their characters need to believe in, and then they need to weed it out. It leads to some really fucked up situations where you, in the current day and age, may not feel certain ways about things, but your characters themselves have to, not really have to, but you know, in this world, the sin that they're committing is actually causing hardships upon the people, and you have to weed it out. So it makes you have moral. It makes you face morality, not mortality, but morality. Like your fundamental morals will be challenged with this game. If you don't have any morals, this game is not really fit for you because you're just going to go ahead and do whatever the fuck you want. You're probably not going to get the same impact if you have a strict set of morals, ones in which are counterintuitive to the game itself. The game is created to make you feel bad about situations. The dice system is uh, like a dice system while you're playing a game of cards. You get a dice system where you roll based on your abilities you have. You take those dice, you set them aside, and you start using your dice like it's a hand of cards, where the higher dice are the better ones, the lower dice are not, and you're doing pairs and that kind of stuff. And that's how you resolve conflicts. The GM will have a set of dice what they use for conflicts and go. You can always add more dice by increasing the escalation of it. So instead of like going to conversation, maybe you want to start getting a bit violent. So you can start shaking the person, and that means you can add all your non-violent dice involved. So then you can add more dice into it, and then have more hands, more cards, numbers, or whatever you want to call it, to play your little poker game with. And that's literally called raising the stakes. Now, eventually, you can raise the stakes to the point where you're pulling out a gun and shooting them. And if you raise it up to that level, then you get all your dice that you can. And generally, that ends up with somebody dying. But that's this game. It's very, very strange. Plays heavily on the idea of your particular morals. Not a game I would play with your average person. I wouldn't say, hey, bunch of D&D guys, nerds, whatever, let's play Dogs in a Vineyard. They would just be fucking like, what the fuck is this game? What the fuck is this game? Here's a game that you've probably all seen. Savage Worlds. This is Savage Worlds. This game, I think I paid $10 for the book. Look at this. It's full fucking color. That's crazy shit. Savage Worlds is another kind of game that has a lot of split offs from it. There's a lot like there's various different like Cthulhu games that came after this. I think Trail of Cthulhu might be one, or yeah, I think so. I think Trail of Cthulhu. It feels very much like D&D, but it's got less dice rolls. Every stat is assigned a dice, and every time you roll, you will roll 2 dice. So you will roll 1 dice. So basically, doing certain actions will cause you to roll strength and dex or something like that. Let me see. And then there's Benny's involved. Hey, Rawvox, how are you? But it's going to be the same thing where you have a list of skills. You get kind of like feats, kind of like that. And it's also very heavy in the combat, right? That's great. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. Like I like this game as a concept, but playing it, I never really got the good vibes from it. So I'm gonna say that like this game is good, but it does follow more of the traditional style of gameplay. It's probably really good for people who like playing Dungeons and Dragons Pathfinder. It has a lot of similarities to it, and the dice system is a lot simpler. It's a very simple dice system. Anyway, Savage Worlds. Yeah, These are all TCGs. I already kind of went through all of these already. Kind of talking about them a bit. The ones I don't like, I'm not going to spend much time on. I just want to show this one because, like, I don't know how much. Yeah, this game is only $10. Look, $10. How did they print this for $10? It is on photo paper. It is in all colored. It has art in it. Like, how did this book? How did this book go for $10? What book are you reading? I already. Oh, are these strategy guides? They are not. Nope. These are role-playing games. These are different. Maybe it's old. I don't think so. This does. I don't. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what you consider old. 2012. This game came out in 2012. I mean, still though, $10 for a game in 2012 seems to be a bit crazy, right? It's only what 10 years ago, a little bit more. I guess that's a long time. 13 years. Doesn't feel long to me because I'm old. But yeah, $10. Look at that. I think that's the reason I bought this book because, like, look at this shit. It's crazy. Not a game I enjoy though. Yeah. But yeah, no, they're not. They're not. These are not manuals. These are role-playing games. I don't know how else to explain it. These are game. These are not strategy guides, but these are actually games that you can read and play with others as a tabletop role-playing game. I don't. That's what they are. These are all different games like Dungeons and Dragons that are not Dungeons and Dragons. I do keep them pristine. That's because I don't fucking play them. You should see my mouse guard books. I didn't bring mouse guard up because that game I could sit down and go on for hours about. So I didn't bother. Level 99 games. Hey, Kanagi, you remember we had a conversation with your friends when they talked about tabletop games, and I mentioned level 99 games, and they said they did some development for Brad Telton for level 99 games. So this is the game that me and a friend got some input on. This is Mystic Imperium. So this is a game created by Brad Telton Jr. Which one? Which game is that? Savage Worlds you're talking about? Yeah, I would look it up if you like the D&D games for sure, 100%. So this one here, me and my friend, well, former friend. I guess we're not really friends now. We were friends at the time because we were developing stuff together. Oh, Mouse Guard. Well, now I'm gonna get Mouse Guard now. I'm going to be taking a break in a little bit. I'm going to be bringing up stuff and bringing down stuff because these are a lot of books that I brought from the basement. But I'll bring up some more stuff, I guess, and talk about it. I was going to play some games, but I got lots of time. I've still got a couple of hours. I'm actually going to show you card games too, some of the card games that I'm going to play today. I might even play one of the games. I got enough time. So this is a game that me and Aaron had. I'm sorry, I don't know their... Shit. One second, everybody. I'm sorry about this. I try not to use dead names. Just bear with me. I don't know if they're still on Facebook or not. But I want to make sure I got their correct name. I don't want to, like I said, I don't like dead names are not cool to use. But that's how I remember them, right? That they were known as Aaron, but they're not Aaron. Bear with me, everybody. God. Wowee, this is old. Yeah, we're talking years ago. Fuck. Wow, how come I have so many people that I don't talk to? And I'm looking up Facebook, which you know, like, nobody uses Facebook anymore. Yeah, I don't think they're on here anymore. Oh, cool. I remember. I love that. David Peterson. He's a cool guy. He's a guy who, he's the artist. I forgot I interviewed David Peterson. Shit. Man, I did a lot of cool things. I did a lot of cool things. Oh, man. Anyways, I'm sorry. I don't remember their name. Um, I don't know what I can do about that. I feel bad. Anyways, so I'm just gonna refer to them as them, they right now, because I don't remember their name, their actual name. But yes, so I know how that feels. I still think you're cool. What? I had to step away and be like an hour. Have a great time. You too. Thanks, Meg. Facebook feels like MySpace now. Yeah, so true. But yeah, so this is the original book. We didn't get to do much with the original book, unfortunately. So you're not going to see our names in here. Oh, look at that. That sucks that happens. I got to re-glue that. But otherwise, the book is pretty good condition. I just need to re-glue this. This is actually not my problem. This is manufacturing. They used a Chinese, like not a high quality book creator, and I just need to re-glue this. Otherwise, very good condition. I'm actually going to show you something else with this. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Oh fuck, I can't see anything here. I have too many books lined up here. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to be right back because I want to show you something else here. You're not wrong. I went down to the basement and picked up some stuff. I should have brought back stuff though, because I was down there. But yeah, I want to show you something. So this game here, once again, so Brad made the game, Brad Tender here, and me and Aaron, me and my other friend at the time. Like I said, it's not that we're not friends now. We just haven't kept in good contact. Do you have one for Dungeons and Dragons? I do. I have several from Dungeons and Dragons, but it's definitely not the RPG that I enjoy. But I don't need to show them. I'm sure people know what Dungeons and Dragons books look like. I do have a book that's Dungeons and Dragons variant that was created by one of my friends. So when I go to show my stuff, because I created stuff too, I will show off his book as well, and you get to see it. So this game here, this we bought this book, me and my friend at the time. And like I said, it's not that we're not friends anymore. We just don't keep in contact because I moved away from Edmonton. He lives in Edmonton. They live in Edmonton, and even though we were pretty good friends, unfortunately, when you don't live next to each other, time flies by, and 13 years, 15 years later, and you never talk. So that's it. Our names are not in this book. We did have something to do with it though. This is the one that we bought prior to. But we were in on the what do you want to call it? The Kickstarter for it. We also added on their so there is a what's called Introduction to Mystic Empyrean. So there is like a quick start guide of like how to play Mystic Empyrean and set things up using cue cards. And we created that. Well, technically, to be honest, my friend did most of the work, and I helped playtest it. So I can't say I can't take all the credit for it. What I can say is that I was one of the playtesters who helped shape the quick start guide, and the quick start guide was created by my friend. So that was really fun, and we of course got in touch with Brad Telton and stuff with regards to that. So that was my connection, I guess, with that. And also did an interview with them when we played Mystic Imperium to kind of like say, hey, we love your game, and as well, we have a bunch of questions about it. So this game, you get to play as demigods, known as well, if since Meg is not here, probably won't correct. Nobody will correct me. That's but I think they're called Empyreans, Epilons, Epdolians. I don't know how you're gonna read that if you can read it. But you basically play as like demigods, and you all have a very particular type of emotion that you are tied to. So you could be, let's see here. So here's a list of things. So here's what would be like a list of stuff that you could have, like a weapon for the strong, Achilles heel, always prepared, arc light. So these are persona traits, but they're all linked to different things. So they're either linked to a virtue, a vice, a personality, a talent, and a drawback. What's interesting is as you gain these different things, different personality traits and whatnot, your character will evolve to look like that. So as an example, there are 3 different stages of something. So in this case here, let's go with I don't know. Let's go with something interesting here. Let's go with like an emotion here. Edible. You can be edible. It's a drawback. Okay, we'll say we'll just here. Okay, we'll pick something from here. Forked tongue. Okay, so the forked tongue means like, so what you would be there, you would be deceptuous. So that would be your you know, what you focus on, right? So if you were going to say that's a talent or a trait or whatever, that's what you would be, is deceptuous. So a little lie can take you a long way. So if you're using this deceptivity, you distribute it if you or use a talent, I guess, or towards it. If you do one of the following: lie to get your way, has no compunctuation at deceiving others, accepts credit and rewards where there are not due for them, right, for him. And then you have different levels of it. So you can be superficial, which means that you have like a snake-like tongue. So it literally changes the features of your character. So when you get deeper into it, it's like if you're lying more often and become more of the embodiment of deceptuous, then even epilons believe your speaker's words without fail. Even the fate, so then you're all consumed by it. So when you're all consumed, this is all you can do. You can only lie until you have suffer a heart wound to remove the remove it from you. So when you remove your emotion from you or remove your talent, whatever, you literally rip it out of your body, and then put it in the world. And then the world itself becomes more deceiving. Like the world begins to behave more like you, even though you've removed it from yourself. It's because that's the way you disperse it. You disperse it by throwing it into the world. And how does that work? Well, this is the world deck. So this is the world deck that you get with the game. So every time that you go to a new world, so obviously this has multiple worlds. Worlds could be in any time period, by the way. You can be in a futuristic, you can be in a caveman period, because all worlds have different time periods in which they evolved, right? So what would happen is you would build what's called a world deck. So the world deck will have a bunch of different elements in it. So you can see here, okay, I've got some flipped over cards here. There's a whole bunch of shit written on these cards, right? There's Aether, Pure Arma, Fire, Light, Water, Electricity, Darkness. Okay, so you're gonna be wondering like, how do I build a world deck? So back here, where we talked about worlds, okay, here we go. So this is how you build the world. So the players will sit down and talk about generating a world. Once again, this game doesn't have a dedicated GM. So unlike most games where there's a GM sitting at the table, this one here, the GM rotates. So in a game, as an example, you may start off as the GM, but eventually, once everybody kind of takes an action, when it comes back to you, oh, I played this game lots. Yeah, I played this game lots. Yeah. Once it gets back to you and you do your actions, you will pass the GM ship off to somebody else. So once you make an action, that means like that it's gone completely around circle. Everybody's kind of done something. Everybody had the spotlight, as an example. Then you pass the GM ship off to the person to your right, and then or to your left, sorry, and then you proceed with the rotation around the right, or however, as long as everybody takes an action. And then the world makes an action against you, which is a completely different concept. But essentially, there's no set GM. GM rotates mid-game. In the middle of the game, somebody else will become the GM. I don't know if I'm making that clear enough. So in that case, when you build a world, you're not just building it for yourself. Everybody builds it together. So you will talk about certain things. Like for instance, you'll talk about you'll talk about the environment. Okay, what's the terrain like there? Is it plains? Is it mostly deserts? Is it thick and forest? Could just be a region too, but you can just be like, yeah, it has lots of plains. It has lots of forests. Doesn't have a lot of deserts. So what you do there is you start taking out cards. So go, okay, the light is for the plains. We don't really have a lot of deserts on this world. It's going to be one of these like even though it does have deserts, it's not mainly desert. It has a lot of forests. So that's just water. So you're going to throw a water card out of there. Seaside. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's got it's got a lot of sea, so a lot of water. So it's going to be air. I know it's strange that seaside is air. It should be probably water, but anyways, that's what they went with. And it tells you like how many to add for it, right? So in this case here, it's going to be like, okay, there's an issue. A brush fire's grown out of control, devouring the forest quickly. If so, one card. It is said that beneath the ruins there's two, so you're just going to put two. So you're going to add in based on the environment. And then you're going to go to the next part, which is going to be the technology. So you're going to do the same thing again, and whatever type of technology, you're adding those amount of cards to it. If all cards are added, then that means that that world is consumed by that particular thing, right? But essentially, yeah, you're just going to add in cards until you have a deck. Once you have a deck based on the environment, the technology, the government, like the type of governments that are majority of this world or majority of this area, even it could just be the area. It could just be like the town or the town area that you're going to. I think it is towns actually. Does it generating towns? No, it's just generating encounter. Yeah. So I guess the encounter could be the world itself. Yeah, I think it is. Anyways, yeah. So basically, you're making the deck based on all this stuff. But cultures, what kind of culture it has? If it's a militant culture, an industrious culture. Once you have this deck built, that is your that is like so basically in this case that'll be your dice. Okay. So what will happen is you will mix this up. So this is the world. I just took a bunch of cards to put it together. But anyways, you would have built through this. And then you would take a look at your actions. So if you go back here, we'll say explosive. So explosive means, uh, that you're having the last word in the argument. You're doing whatever. However, um, the actions are not involved with that. That's if you want to use special abilities, like your superficial, your deep, your all-consuming. How it works is like this. So back here, you'll see elemental actions. It's the last page in the book. I don't know if I can bring it over. Anytime you do one of these actions, that's the element you're doing. So I'm doing a head-on attack to somebody. I'm doing a fire. So what does that mean? Well, that means since I'm doing a head-on attack to somebody, I have to draw a fire card. So if the world is more violent or deserty or has more fiery stuff in this, the chances of me drawing the fire card are higher. So the world will dictate kind of what my chances are of succeeding. If the world's a passive place that doesn't believe in violence, doesn't believe in like destroying things, it's all about creation and about like good nature things, my action is likely to fail or have an outside success. And how do you determine it? Well, let's see. So we're gonna take a look at the elemental wheel, just like the elemental wheels are in the back of the card, so I can just kind of do that. So here's the elemental wheel here. So I don't know if you can see it. It's probably pretty hard to see. But fire's on top, lights here. I think this is electricity, water, stone, darkness, and air. So you can see here there's fire. Fire will have two opposites. So fire, the opposite of fire is stone and water. The opposite of light is dark and stone. The opposite of electricity is fire and air. So what's going to happen now is I'm going to draw a card from this deck here and see where I lie there. So I'm doing a head-on attack. I want a fire card. So I would draw electricity. So on the wheel, I wanted a fire. I drew electricity card. So if I drew the same thing I had, like fire as an example, I would have got a success. Plus, I could narrate an advantage, something that I did that gave me an advantage over another situation above that. So once again, it's more a narrative game. If I drew a light or a air card, I would have still succeeded in my task, but I would have came at a consequence. And so basically, I could narrate what happens and how I got my way. The GM's responsibility then is to narrate how a complication has arose from it. Because I drew a lightning, that means I failed. So I have to narrate how I failed at my task, or the GM does. And then I get to narrate how I gained something out of it, either knowledge or some sort of, it's called an outside failure. So I gained something out of it that I can use in the future. If I drew a water or stone card, I would have failed and I would have escalated the situation to make it worse. So that's how it works for players against each other. How does it work for the world? The world itself. So after everybody gets an action, everybody has like a turn, and the GM has already gone with their turn. They're going to make a world action. So what happens? You're going to draw two cards. So the first card's going to be, in this case, fire. You're going to take a look here to see if any of these narrative points can be added to the game. So in this case, we can add a traveler, an overlord. We can add liquor. We can add imp, a mechanic, a casino, a guardhouse, or a bombing. So we're going to add one of those elements to the game, and then we're going to choose what it is on the other side. So in this case here, we can say it is we found the world creates a maniac. Sorry. Maybe it's a an unruly manic. So you can see unruly on this side, manic. So now we insert an unruly manic into the game, or do we? Well, what we're going to do next is find out if it succeeds. So then the world succeeds, we draw another card and see. So in this case, we got water. So that's going to give us a different result. So so the unruly manic does not succeed, which means that we will actually not escalate the world in that aspect. I think, let me just take a look at escalations. Escalation. I think escalation doesn't happen. It's been over 15 years since I've well, not 15 years since I played this game. I played this game a couple of years ago, but where is escalation to? It's here somewhere. First game, other materials. It's not here. Character creation, gameplay. Escalation, page 41. Yeah. So an opposed draw represents the forces of the world of other eponyms working against the epsilon. Attempting to strike. Okay, that's if you're drawing an opposed reaction. Okay, that's not it. Where's escalation to? It says 41 escalation. Doesn't seem like it's here. Did I make a mistake? Escalation. 41. There's a mistake? I don't... So this just talks about the perfect success, outside success, not a neutral success. Oh, it is a neutral success. I'm sorry. But it's a failure, but. Yeah, okay. And then it's a straight up failure. Where's the... It doesn't talk about the world escalation in this? What the heck? Oh, here we go. Wow, 45. They were way off with the numbers. Okay. So in this case here, if it's an outside or perfect success, the GM should go to the escalation table and interrupt what's happening on the first card. So the escalation table technically is back here. You can use this one too. Wait. Escalation table. Where's that to? On what page is that? Yeah, see, you can also create it on the cards. It says you can create them on the cards as well by doing what I showed you earlier. But the escalation table, where the heck is that? Oh, is that here? Escalation table. Nope. Where is it? Oh, I love the character sheets. These are the character sheets, by the way. I don't know why they're in the middle of the book. But this is the character sheet. Somewhere. Where is it? Well, this game is a lot of stuff. This is your character sheet here. So you can see here you get your personality traits and how strong you are and how consuming you become of that personality, which, by the way, changes everything about your character. There's a lot of paperwork because you're taking track of everything. You're tracking your encounters, you're tracking the world, and you're actually drawing the different parts of the worlds. You're creating all the different worlds. These are all the different sessions and create your... It's crazy. Like you have to keep a record of everything because there is no one GM. You're literally writing stuff down as you're playing the game. So it is one of these like games where you gotta keep track of stuff. But anyways, there's an escalation table, but you can just use the cards like I said and do it that way. I enjoy this game. This is really interesting. It is a game that I would probably recommend to people who want to experience something that you get to play as like a godlike character who changes constantly, and doesn't mind a bit of PvP. Don't mind shaking things up with your fellow gods, your fellow Elonians, because sometimes that's how it works. Actually, most times that's how it works. because you're all gonna eventually become consumed by your emotion. All right, cool. That's it. Boom. This is one of the beta printouts I got. This is a GM-less game, A Dream Askew. It's another one created by Avery. It's GM-less. Doesn't use a GM. It uses a resolve table to resolve situations. Yeah, it's very short. It's almost got like a feel for like how short it is. Lady Blackbird. If you played Lady Blackbird or heard of it, very short game, but has kind of like the same kind of thing. But it does use the Apocalypse move system to resolve things. Good for experienced players, people who are okay with thinking outside the box. Not really good for people who just want to hack and slash things, because it's very much like Winterhome, where there's no GM, so everybody's kind of working together to create a story. Very much a collaborative story game. Definitely check it out. I don't know if I don't think they ever created a book. It's just a printout like this. Yeah, Queer Apocalypse, exactly. Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah, playing through the Queer Apocalypse. It's true. It's a good game. I played it. Played it on the thing. Heck yeah. Very good game. But once again, uses the Apocalypse World game style. No GM required. No GM. Same person who made Monster Hearts. Same person. Same creator. They are a very cool person. All right, next. It's daddy time. All right, boom. This is Torchbearer. This is what the game looks like. This is first edition. I have the second edition books. Where the fuck I put them to? Oh, they're probably behind me there. I love it so much. It's probably still in my room here. This is first edition. This is what I used to play. This is what got me into Torchbearer, obviously, because it's a Torchbearer game. It is considered. They consider this game to be an OSR game, so it is supposed to be an old school Renaissance. It's supposed to be like D&D, advanced D&D, you know, second edition kind of feel. It kept a lot of the narrative elements to the game, but I essentially stole half these rules. No, I would say stole. I am using a lot of these rules, like how the dice rolls work with the successes and stuff, and the traits and the talents and stuff, because my game is a hack at this game, right? So, like it has armor, it has cartographer, right? It has commander, cook. There is differences to the game than the one that I created. A lot of differences, to the point that the games are. I have wrote 200 pages worth of changes to the game, so obviously it's not the same. The book itself is only. The book, the entirety of the book, 'cause this is the only book I had, is 198, and that includes the index and includes the index and the table of contents. And I wrote 260 pages. So I wrote more than the book has in it. And I haven't used any copy and paste. So all my stuff is written in my own words. Problem is though, is that the concept of the rules have been reused. So I can't say I have complete rights of the game. But that's okay, because I've already talked to the people. I have a contact with. You had Dwarf Fortress Strange Mood, a major masterpiece. Yeah, I feel like that. That's one of my games. I've made 3 RPGs. That's only one of them. Vandal is probably my biggest masterpiece, but I'm just not fixated on that game, so it's not important to me. But I have been in touch with Burning Wheel, which are the people who made this. So I've got a lot of like thumbs up from them regarding the direction I went with things and how I'm distributing it and stuff. So I have many conversations about that already, so I'm not going to go too much into it. I'm going to say that Torchbearer, which is a game originally from Burning Wheel, one of my favorite games I've ever played. They say it's an OSR game, and it is. I think Torchbearer as a whole is closer to Dungeons and Dragons than the game uh like like Mouse Guard, which I'm going to show in a second. But I feel like calling this an OSR game is actually disservicing it because it has a lot of narrative points into it. Anyways, I'm not going to bore you with this one because I probably talked about this one a lot already in my former videos and former conversations. So I'm just going to pass this one and move on. I'm not going to do second edition because second edition is a lot more stuff. They broke it up into 2 books. But it's a lot smaller books. But I think Torchbearer first edition is probably the focus. Only goes to level 5. The first edition does. The second edition goes to level 10. 10 is the max level, which is a good number. Before I get into the stuff I have the stuff I made, I guess I'm gonna end on this one. For games that I play that have inspired me. So you can tell that I played a lot of role-playing games. This is only like a small amount of the games I've played. This is like, yeah, these are just the games I thought about. If you go in the basement, I have a lot more. And I played more games that I own because we had 5 of us at Rolling Intentions, and we were all kind of bringing our own game that we want to display, or games that we want to promote that were on Kickstarter at the time, or something like that, right? Or I think it was Indiegogo and that kind of shit, right? It is Mouse Guard. Probably the RPG I've played the most outside of Dungeons and Dragons 3rd Edition. Yes, it's a role-playing game. Yes, it's contained inside of a box. Yes, it has David Peterson on it. David Peterson's art. And yes, he is the guy who does the art for some Magic the Gathering cards that came out in Boro, whatever it's called, the Boro set. I don't know what the fuck it's called. And as well as he does the comic books for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the most recent ones, anyways. Same guy. He also created an entire series that I have downstairs, and still creating. Actually, he's been a long time since he made a Mouse Guard graphic novel, and I'm so happy that he just put one out a couple weeks ago. With another one with regards to the Black Axe. Kind of wish they had more stories, but anyways. Booyah! So what do you get with this? So this got a story to it. So I had the original, and I'm really angry about this, by the way. I had the original Mouse Guard first edition book, hardcover, by the way. I also had, the second edition box. Oh, sorry, the first edition box as well. I bought it twice. That's how much I love the game. I bought the hardcover because I wanted the hardcover with the it had like the thing over it. It looked just like the comic books. It looked like the graphic novels. It had like the flap on it, or what do you want to call it, the dust cover. And then I bought the soft cover that came with all the cards because I wanted all the cards as well. So I was really into Mouse Guard. I'm a mouse after all, so it kind of makes sense, right? So I wanted all the art. I wanted everything. What happened was my apartment flooded because of a pipe bursted at the time, and I lost all my Mouse Guard stuff. It was all I'm kind of disorganized, I guess. So when the pipes bursted, I didn't have it all up on my shelf. I had it on my desk with my computer, and my computer was well, everything was soaked. So I lost my books. My partner, the very first birthday, this is what she got me: the entire second edition Mouse Guard. Luckily, none of my comic books got destroyed. They were put away. So that's a bit of a story with this. So this is kind of like a very cool thing because it was didn't replace it almost immediately. Yeah. Well, I got more to show you. So let me move this aside here. So this is the conflict decks. Yeah, she's awesome. What can I say? It's really good. Uh, these have not been open. I just noticed that now. Damn it. Damn it. Oh, I'm gonna see if there's one open. I don't really want to. I have a couple games. They have a mouse guard board game too, which is like a chess game, but with mice. And instead of it being chess, you play mice and you follow pathways or mouse tracks or whatever you want to call them. And your goal is you have a list. You have cards in your hand that have certain actions you can do, and you're trying to knock the other mice off the table using those actions. And it's all made in wood. The whole thing is made in wood, handcrafted wood. Like, well, probably not handcrafted. It's probably made in materials. Ah, fuck. Do I have to open one of these to show you? No. Oh, wait. One of these got to be open. Is one open? So the reason why they're not open is because I have. Okay. I have mouse guard cards. From I was able to save my old mouse guard cards. That's why these were never open. Do I know where those are right now? Do I know where those are? Let me find out. Ah, shit. Hit my head up the thing. 1 second. just wandered off. All right. Anyways, sorry, I didn't find it. Because I have printed my own conflict cards. And I use those for the Darkest Dungeon game. So I don't know. Oh, are they here? Are they under all these books I just piled the books on top of? Probably. Let's find out. Let's take a look here. Okay, nope. Oh yeah, I think they are. I don't think so. No, these are the ones I made. I'm going to show those later. Are they in here maybe? No. They're not in here either. Okay. Well, anyways. Unfortunately, you know what? Fuck it. I'll open up one of them. Fuck it. I don't know. The cards are somewhere. But yeah, so this is Mouse Guard. So what is Mouse Guard? I'm going to explain. Yeah, I'm going to explain. So Mouse Guard is a role-playing game. Surprise. So these don't have a lot of art on them, so maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe I should show you something else. All right, hold on, everybody. I'll be right back again. I'm actually going to open up this and put this out. Then put this out. Give you something to look at. It is a role-playing game, a tabletop RPG. Ugh, God. All right, yeah, that could just stay in there. So actually, no, it's not. It's going to come out. And I'm going to talk about Mouse Guard when I come back in a second, because I've got something else that I need to get before I can really talk about it in detail with y'all. If we're going down this path and we're talking about Mouse Guard, I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it in a proper fashion here, because this game deserves a lot of love and attention. So I'll be right back. Oh, I'm getting a lot of exercise today. Does it in improper fashion? No! Yeah, no, I answered your question, Melon Boy. I should probably type it, I guess, when I've answered it. It is a role-playing game, but it's also a comic book. So I was going to show you the comic book. So this here is, yeah, hi. I hope that goes through. Yeah, it's an RPG and a comic book. That is what it is. Tabletop role-playing game. Is my mic's on, right? I want to make sure. So what am I showing you here? So I was yeah, the art's cute. So I want to show you this. David Peterson, real cool, really cool, classy person. Like I said, does the art for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the new one, anyways. Very adorable. So this is the second book. The reason I didn't show you the first book is like the first book is kind of like I don't know what to say to it about you. I mean, I think it's great. I think his first book is great. His art's great, but a lot of people think that his art style in the first book never he didn't stick around. I gotta get a drink. Yeah, so his art style in this first book, I think it's great, but it didn't. It wasn't his best because it was like he was. I don't know, his first publication. He learned a lot since then. The second book, of course, is only like a year later or two, but it does have a lot of your magic materials. But it does have a lot of changes. Let's say the first book, he thought his mouse guard would be more aligned towards young adults. No, young adults. Sorry, that's not true. More towards like an age 12. Okay, and then he changed it a little bit to make it more relevant towards teenagers with a bit of violence. Let's say this one here is geared more towards 16 plus. And he continued the 16 plus atmosphere throughout. It's funny because he also did a thing called Mouse Guard's first alphabet book as well, where it goes through the individual alphabet with his drawings with Mouse Guard characters. Very cool book. I wanted to get it just because fucking Mouse Guard art, but second because it's just interesting that that's a direction he went with for kids, right? He had a child, so he wanted to make something for his child, and that's what he did. He created an alphabet book using the Mouse Guard art, and it's literally called the Mouse Guard alphabet book. My first alphabet book, yeah, it's really cool of him, I guess. So, so essentially, kind of looks like Redwall. Yeah, so Redwall, everybody's a normal size, right? So I know that kind of you can't really see it here, but I'll show you some of the stuff inside. This is this is probably my favorite book. The second one's my favorite. That's why I brought it up. The other ones are fine too. Most of his stuff he has is collabs with other artists because he likes promoting other people, right? So, like I said, the dude is actually a really community-oriented fellow, which is good. I have a number of shirts from him, Mouse Guard printed shirts. I also got a pieces of art, yeah, I'm not bringing that up. Sorry. But anyways, so this is set in kind of like a medieval fashion here. Each book kind of takes it into a different season and stuff. So this is like the winter season. Reason I'm showing this because I want to show you that the world of Mouse Guard is actually pretty drawn out. A funny joke. All right. So it gives you a foreword. Here's the different chapters and stuff, an epilogue. So it opens up here, it kind of like gives you a taste of what to expect. So there's characters here. The main characters are Kenzie, Saxon, Liam, and I think Sadie as well might be joining. But in this case here, so this is chapter 1. Okay. Okay, yeah. So like at the end of the first this takes place right after the end of the first book, right? So there's probably a bit of question about who all these people are and whatnot. But essentially they found the guy who was the original Black Axe, and they found out that the Black Axe is a name given to somebody who wields the axe. It's a legendary character that lives forever. I'm a huge fan of RPGs, a massive fan. I'm really big on game theory, role-playing game theory, and tabletop game theory. So saying that I'm a fan of RPGs is an understatement for sure. I am almost obsessed with them. I'm definitely obsessed with them. I have a fixation on them. This is just a comic book that I'm looking at right now, but I will get into the role playing game. So it talks about essentially yes, there's a story with it. The art itself, yes. I'm sorry. Every time I say theory, game theory, I understand. I'll stop saying that. So it talks about the different towns, right? Every town has a specialty. Like in this case here, the town of Ivydale. Uh, Ivydale is actually inside of a hollow tree, but that's where all the scientists are. It talks about like how they use synthetic, how they create synthetic beer urine, and they put that around their territory so that other animals like wolves and foxes won't come into the territory and eat them. So that they use it's called the scent border, right? So it talks about that. It talks about like this. In this case here, you can take a look here of an owl, right? This is literally them facing off against an owl. And the owl themselves, they have an intelligence. They can understand. Some of them can talk, but other times a lot of these creatures don't talk to mice because mice are inferior. They don't need to listen to their voice because they're so tiny and insignificant. So a lot of the times they don't even, give them the courtesy to talk to them. But other times they all have their own type of personalities. Like rabbits and bunnies in this game are kind of dumb. I know it's silly to say, but they have like a backward talk where they talk, but they stumble over their words and kind of have like a kind of a dumb setting. But they are larger than mice, so mice use them as like mounts, like horses, I guess, in a way. But they also know that the rabbits and hares can like ruin them if they wanted to, right? Because they're much larger, but they are passive creatures. They're just kind of dumb. Like for instance, a rabbit would not take any idea of like eating someone's crops, um, not knowing that they've caused harm to everybody. As far as I'm concerned, just because they're tiny doesn't mean they're insignificant. No, absolutely. But I mean, I'm in this is the world of like you know kill or be killed kind of thing, right? Because like you take a look at this owl. This owl like gets hit in the eye with like a sling, as it tries to come down and eat him. But like fucking look at this fucking piece of art. Look at that shit. The bunny speak backwards, right? So like this is the owl kills one of them, and he like stabs it like cross stabs it in his chest as it's coming at it, right? So like these are the pieces of art that you're going to be seeing here that they're really over the top fights, chopping it in his head with the axe and stuff. And then there's a spot where you fall down into like a thing of bones and stuff. Like one of the characters, they literally fall down a pit and fall upon a bunch of mouse bones gathered. And the bats themselves, they like to pester and stuff. So in this personality, bats have their own personality of like inducing kind of like confusion and pranksters and stuff. And they're considered to be cousins of the rats and stuff. Uh, yeah, it's really interesting. And there's this whole thing. There's a weasel group. So like there's literally a group of weasels, and they're at war with the weasels. The weasels themselves are like trying to take over their territory. Um, and it's a very in-depth lore. So I just wanted to show you that. Like that, the comic books are awesome. I would definitely recommend if you enjoy seeing what you see. There's a lot of Mouse Guard books out there. Not a ton, but a nice few. Get the full graphic novels, the individual ones. You can get the full graphic novels instead of getting individual books. Definitely recommend it. Now let's go to the role-playing game. So with that in mind, one of the things that kind of is good that Luke Crane is the guy who created the Burning Wheel system. This is their first like Burning Wheel hack that they created. It's called Mouse Guard. Well, it's called Mouse Guard, but it was originally Burning Wheel Light. They call it because Burning Wheel is a very complicated game. I have it downstairs. I'm not going to bring it up because it's too complicated to talk about. I might show you like the character creation guide because the character creation guide is like 300 pages of how to create a character. So I'm not going to bring that up, but I will say maybe later on, maybe some other day, I'll do it because it's just so in depth into like how you make a character. So once again, what's cool about this book? fucking the art. The art's crazy, right? All original art. Well, most of original art. I think it's all original. No, maybe it's not. Most original art. Some of it's from the first comic. But all colored, fully colored book. It cost $100. But anyways, with all the cards, and everything. But yes, this is the system, right? So this is the same thing as Torchbearer, except for it's a little bit easier. Has like less bad things to happen to you. More about venturing, where you're venturing as tiny little mice trying to survive the wild world, right? And in this world, mice are the intelligent ones. They took over. Humans are no longer existent, so you got to keep that in mind. There's no humans in this world. Humans are either extinct or never. I think this is after they extinct. I think humans have all died. The mice are the intelligence now. Mice are the ones who are making the tools. They are making the science. They are creating everything from scratch because humans decide to go kill themselves or leave the planet. One of the two. But they don't exist in this world. They're gone. They did exist at one point, but they're dead. So you will find old human civilizations, like things that like underground passageways, stuff that are like far too big and stuff. Definitely not created by weasels or mice or anybody, but humans are dead, so you'll never find a human. Each town has its own, so you can see here, this is the map here that comes with it. Each town has its own kind of like layout of like what it does. The game gives you, so I have a supplement as well. So the supplement gives you even more information, but it gives you like a synopsis of what all the towns are, what the functions of the towns are. So they really kind of like really put a lot of lore into the game. But the game also says you don't need to use the lore, right? It's giving you the option to do so, but there's a lot more towns than what's on this map. This map was created in 1150. You could literally play this game in 1152, 1172, and even though this map is still relevant, it's probably aged out from when you started playing. You could also play an older version of the game too. You can see they put a lot of love into these every yeah. Oh, 100%. There's an older version of the map as well. There's a map from I think 13 something, which is I don't know if it's in the comic books or whatever. No, this is the same map. There's another map that has the old territories in it, and it was before the Weasel War. So you can see right here as an example. I'll show you. So on this map that was created in the 1150s, we're going to take a look at this corner here. So this corner, you can see there's a bunch of towns that are crossed off. So that's the areas in which the weasels took over during the Great Weasel War, and those are sacked towns. So those mice are probably enslaved or killed by the weasel barbarians. So that's that part. Now, on this side, the wild country, that's literally where all the foxes and bears are. So going inside the wild country usually is suicide, because going out beyond the scent border means that you're not protected by anything. You're basically just prey. So a lot of the game takes place inside of this area. And as you can see, it doesn't go all the ways down. So there is more. This very expandable, right? Because what's across the water and everything has not been written. So you have a lot of like leeway of adding your own flavor to it. This is a character sheet. So unlike Darkest Dungeon and Torchbearer that are very slot heavy, we'll say for item stuff, this game will let you carry anything as long as you can draw it on your character. So it has like a little character on your sheet. You have to draw all your items on it. If you cannot draw your items on it in a way that looks like conducive to wearing, you cannot wear that item. So if you have a cloak, then you draw the cloak on you. If you have a bow, you draw the bow on you. Like, how are you wearing the bow? Right? How are you carrying the bow? If you got a quiver, you got to draw that on you. If you got a sack of stuff, you got to carry that on you. You got to draw. You have to draw everything. If you can't draw it on you, then you can't carry it. Simple as that. Now, if you have a bag and you can put stuff that might fit into the bag in it, then you can carry what you can in the bag. but you have to make sure that whatever you draw on you gotta carry whatever you can draw up to reason. Yep. And you can draw features on your mice. So if you're scarred, as an example, if you're like a scarred trait, draw a scar on your character. If your character has bigger ears, you can kind of kind of like draw out the ears a bit more, and put more definition in it. So yeah, you're supposed to kind of like use this little thing to kind of like draw your character, because that's the point. Now, if you're not an artist, that's fine. This put a little crown on mine to become Vicroth. It's funny because when I played Mouse Guard with some friends on Discord with my particular community, which you probably might be aware of as I've talked to them, I did have a King Vicroth, and he was a rat though, I think, or one of the big mice. He was part of the he was the king of Wolf's Point, which is up here. So that means Wild Country's here, Wolf's Point is here, is the furthest place closest to danger, and those were like larger than normal mice. So they kind of like doubled the size of mice. So they were kind of brutish, and when they had to encounter them, they had to act a certain way. If otherwise, they could be brutalized by the mice that are there. Well, as you can imagine, that's right up to the par with me, I guess. Yep, and all the rules are written on this. It is a double-sided sheet, so you can see here on the other side something familiar. If I ever start an RPG game, can you teach me how to play, please? I don't know if I can be able to teach you how to play an RPG game, because it depends on which RPG game that you're playing, but I can certainly help you as best I can. Yeah. Welcome back, Lucia. So you could probably look at this Kanagi, and you might see it might look a little familiar to you, right? Kind of looks like the Darkest Dungeon character sheet a bit, because it's the same system, right? Just a very similar system, I should say. Anyways, I'm gonna put this away. Like I said, this game deserves a lot of attention. It is my favorite RPG, tabletop RPG. And it has mice, so fuck yeah. Even more reason. I didn't really that doesn't really matter. It's just a supplement. So it's like a book within a book. You get a supplement so basically they came up with Mouse Guard 2nd edition, and then they were like, we need to add more, and that was like a special edition, and then they added a box with the special edition rules in it. And I got that box. Of course I did. So that's all the stuff that I have of tabletop role-playing games that I wanted to show off today. This is going to topple over. However, I've got a couple more things to show you. So I'm going to show you a couple of games that I have created. A game that my friend has created that I'm currently playtesting. I have a lot of tabletop role-playing games. I know I got of course I got a bunch of PDFs as well, but I like books. I like the feel of the books. But I'm going to have a little break because I hopped up and down stairs and stuff. I'm a little bit peckish, so I'm going to probably just get a tiny snackoo. And be back probably in 3 or 4 minutes. And then I'm going to show you two things. I'm going to show you, well, more than two things, but I'm going to show you two concepts. I'm going to show you some stuff I made, and I'm going to show you some card game stuff. And that'll probably take me to the end of my stream. So I only got like an hour left. Hour or so. So give me 3 minutes, I'll be right back. Thanks everybody for checking me out and listening to me ramble. I don't know how interesting everything that I'm saying is, but I love role-playing games and I could talk about them for hours. So I'll be right back. Hello, everybody. I know I wasn't gone very long. I just had some cheese. Haha, mouse. I did have some cheese. Drinking some water. Bringing some more stuff up. I returned the books too that I had. And I forgot about another thing. Fuck. Alright, we're not at that point yet. That's okay. I knew I had something. I want to show you these two things first. This is more of a show-off thing, so it's not going to be that embedded. So, first of all, if you're wondering what these are, they're miniatures. Can you recognize what game they might be from? What game does this character look like he might be from? Or what about this character? What about this character here? Thank you. Yeah, Plague Doctor. So Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, these are characters from Darkest Dungeon. So, there was a board game that came out that made these. These are not so good. These are like, the board game pieces, which are fine. I just don't think they're high quality. They're just mostly plastic, which is fine. I was going to get my friend to paint them, but I didn't bother. These I got from a guy in... Yeah, Crusader's there. Yeah, that's the Crusader. Yeah. These are... I got these from... somebody in the UK. They made actual 3D resin prints of them. And then I got my friend to paint them. And of course, not only did he paint them, he textured them. So like there's extra textures on them and stuff, like dirt and stuff. I don't know where he found it too. And he has a magnet on the base. So the magnet sticks to the thing so that they don't move around or tip over or anything. Kind of cool, kind of amazing. We've got like the Abomination here. We got the Vestal, right? So I use those for the Darkest Dungeon role-playing game during combat and stuff. That's why they're all kind of put together like this. I have a whole bunch of enemies down there too because it came with the board game. So I have all the enemies, a bunch of enemies, not all of them. So you can kind of use them. Yeah, the painting's really good. He is a professional graphic designer, but he is really big into Warhammer and miniature games. So he always does a bunch of kit bash stuff, which is basically what happened to this guy. This guy here was an extra piece. So what happened was when the person did a 3D print, some of the pieces broke off. So he sent me the so the person who did it, which is really cool of them, sent me the broken pieces of the model that got broken during the print. So I got a free character out of it. And then my friend took all the pieces and kit bashed it into a different character. So yeah, he just had leftover pieces. So he made a new character out of it, which it's not part of Darkest Dungeon, but he gave it fit the aesthetic of it, which is fine because in Darkest Dungeon, the RPG game, you don't just use the items that you start with, right? You can use other items as long as you're proficient with them. So that's that. I have to go down and get another thing in a second. I want to show you this too. So remember I mentioned Musgard having a board game? I want to show you how weird and simplistic this is. So this game is called Swords and Strongholds. And this is like how to play the game. You move your mouse around, and what you're trying to do is encircle the mice and push them off the board. So you have a deck of cards here. Not been opened yet, as you can tell. I haven't played this game yet. It's all made of wood. This is all wooden. The whole thing, the board, everything. It's fucking cool. So this is the board you play on. So what you would do is you would put your mice in these little areas here, the corridors. Yeah, very high quality. You can tell an artist did this, you know. And what you're doing is your cards will have indications. So, like for instance, your card might say move this direction or move whatever. So you got to move your pieces in a way, but you can only move one piece at a time, right? Like you can only move so many pieces. And your whole point is to eventually get to a point where you're moving up and pushing him over, and then eventually get him to the edge, and then find a way to push those mice off. So the whole point is to push the other mice off of the board, and if you're the last ones with a mouse on the board, you win. And you have a limited amount of moves because your cards will indicate what kind of movements you can have. As you can see, I have box 105. There was only, I think there was a limit of, I forget how many. I think there might have been 500. So 1 of 500. I think. I'm gonna double check that. It was a limited print run. Let's see. There should be a number on here that shows the limited print run. I'll have to look it up. All right. What was the print run? It could have been 5,000 actually. It might not have been that high, that low. The mouse, guard, swords, and strongholds. Print run amount. So 1,500 copies. Okay. So it was a limited print run of 1,500. Okay. So I've got print 105 because, of course, it did. It's mouse guard. Not as limited as I thought it was, but still not terribly. Not a mass production because I mean it's fucking wood, right? Like you don't make shit for wood and expect a profit out of it. Not like that, anyways. And it wasn't that expensive. $30 maybe. The name Darkest Dungeon will never not make me think of really bad anti-D&D comic. That's hilarious. Bad movie to make fun of it. Oh yeah, what? Oh, are you talking about that one with the movie? God, what was that called? It's not a parody. You're not thinking of a parody. You're actually thinking about a D&D movie, right? There was a really bad D&D movie. The third one, I think. Oh, Dark Dungeons. That's not a parody. I mean, I guess it is. You're right. Okay, it's double, right? It's two things, right? So the people who made Dark Dungeons, the original, obviously was like a Christian group. And then, and I mentioned these guys before. Oh, you didn't say a parody. Well, okay. It wasn't a parody originally, but it is a parody now. Sorry, you didn't say parody. My bad. My brain made it into parody. So the original was done by a Christian group saying that basically D&D was Satanism, and made a whole thing about it called Darkest Dungeon, or Dark Dungeons. And then a group of gamers, and I've mentioned these guys before, called the Dead Gentlemen's Club, made a parody, had remade, I guess, Dark Dungeons, in the year 2000 and something. So obviously, way after we learned that the whole satanic panic thing was well over. Fairly funny in the aspects of how they did it, right? Silly if you believe it's true, but it is a bit of love, I guess, with D&D history, where Dungeons and Dragons was thought as being some kind of Satan worshipping game. Fucking weird. Okay, be back again in 1 second. I know there's lots of back and forths. Exercise time. Okay. Alrighty. So, what is this? So, this book I'm about to show you, I wrote in 1997. You can see here, 1997. Didn't know when was going to stop writing the book, I guess. Um, so, it's strange. So, I have some names up here. Probably shouldn't show them, but whatever. So I used to have this book. I used to play this game a lot with my friends. So the last time that I played with my friends, my original beta testing team, was 2001, September the 2nd, 2001. Last time playing Vandella. So this game is a game that I created in 1997 with a book and pencil, and I moved away in September of 2001 to go abroad to study. So that was like a thing of like, oh, this is the last time we're playing this game. Yeah. So this is all handwritten. I have a digital version of it, which I'll distribute, I guess. I don't really like the game as much now, but I mean, it was like where I started, where my obsessions with role-playing games started. Well, my obsession with role-playing game theory started, I say. It was 1997. I said the movie made fun of it because it did. It was anti. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, if it's the one that I'm thinking of with that was created recently by the Dead Gentlemen's Club, yeah, it made fun of the original Dark Dungeons, which was made by like a Christian group or whatever. Yeah, it was the same guys who made Gamers and Darkness Rising and it got a brand new Kickstarter coming out too. It's really cool. I would definitely check them out. I'm gonna put them up here. Dead Gentlemen's Club. Let's see. I think it's Zoe Entertainment now. I think Dead Gentlemen's is their uh, Zoe Entertainment. Zombie Orpheus. Okay, this was called. Yeah, that's why it's called Zoe. Yeah. So these are the people I'm talking about. Um, they are an improv group. Fucking amazing fucking stuff. Journey Quest, Gamers, Death from Above, they done so much nerdy stuff you have never heard of it, and all of it is quality, tip top quality stuff. Very progressive, very good. I will say that they've been doing it for so long that things have changed over time, but they are the ones who did Dark Dungeons as well. Very very good group. I've been following them since the early 2000s. Yeah. Yeah, I think they're great. But anyways, this is it. So yeah, so this is the game I created. So um, you can see that like it's all handwritten, very faded because like I said, it's 97, 98, 99. So it's 23 years old. This book is since I created it. Talks about how to create. So once again, very math heavy. How do you determine what your chance to hit with a melee weapon is? You have to take your strength and your dex times it by 2. And that'll tell you what your percentage is. So it's a very strange game. I use percentiles for combat and stuff. You can choose a human, a giant, lol. Of course you can. Welcome back, Meg. Sorry, I'm talking about a game that I created back in '97. My first role-playing game that I created. I still have it here, and it's still in handwritten form. I wrote this in the library in my high school. that I had free time, so between courses, I would write this book. And so the book itself is written all in one book, but I believe it didn't complete it all. But I did have a second book as well, and I do have. Yeah, see, like this is just rambling of a fucking old. Like this is just a rambling of a child in this book. But it also implemented a lot of my ideals towards role-playing games in the future. Yeah. I have another book as well, just about spells. because this game had spells in it. But yeah. Anyways, old ass fucking book. I will send you all a link to the current edition of Vandella, which will be changed, by the way. It's currently under revision because I don't like the way it plays anymore. When you were 6 years old when I was writing this, and I was like 18 or 17 or whatever. Yeah, I'm old, man. I'm in my 40s. Let's take a look here. Google Docs. All right. What I'm going to send everybody once again is a game. It does have a lot of mishmash of Dungeons and Dragons in it because that's what I was playing at the time when I was a kid. Second edition stuff. So you're going to see a lot of second edition. Looks similar to second edition, I should say. And then I'm going to show you what I'm working on currently for Vandella, the remake. I'm going to be making a remake of Vandella. With the new narrative spin, but I still incomplete. The last time I worked on it was December 16th, 2024. But anyways. Oh shit, I made 5 role-playing games. I'm sorry. I'll show you another one. God damn it. I forgot all about that one. What can I see here? Vandella. Oop. Vandella. Oh my fucking god, Vandella. Wow. Yes, this is buried deep in the. Oh my god, there's the Vandella rules for the. I found the rules for the card game that I made. Well, that's good because I forgot how to play that game. I was showing people the cards on stream, and then I forgot how I play it. But I found the rules here. Yay! Do I not have it here? Like, what's wrong? It should be Vandella 3.0. I'm pretty sure that's... Oh, 3rd edition. There we go. 3rd edition. Because this new one will be the 4th edition, but I'm just going to call it the 1st edition. Because I never did publish it. Okay, it's taking a while for it to load because it's like 300 pages long. Anyways. In 1997, I would have been 8. Oh, the one on Tabletop Sim? Yeah, the Vandella one. Remember I was trying to explain it, the card game, and then I was like, I don't remember, and I couldn't find the rules. Well, the rules was in Google Docs the whole time, so I need to get those rules printed out and put into the Tabletop Simulator game. And then I'm going to show you how to play the one on that too. Okay, so I'm having some issues here connecting to the drive. Okay, here we go. Copy link. So I'm gonna tell you right now, this one that I'm gonna be showing you here today. What the fuck? Is that really the link? That don't seem right. Copy link. This game that I'm showing you today. Anyways. Should just be what, view only? Yeah, okay. Is a game that I've changed is back. So okay, the story with this one, I'm pretty sure I told you the story already, but when I was in my 20s, I lived on my own. I lived on my own when I was really young. I moved out when I was 16, whatever. Okay, well, long story. But in my 20s, I got fired from my job at Tim Hortons, which I think I might have mentioned before. After I got fired from my job, I was like stuck in this rut, and all I did was type. And what I typed was this document. This document was probably one of my not darkest times, but like I wasn't in a good mindset this time, and I hyper focused to an extreme amount. So this came from a what do you call it, document. It came from, oh my god, it needs to be saved. Okay. This came from like an old document, so it's not formatted correctly. So you're going to see a lot of errors on this page as you go scroll down, formatting errors. So just know that this is probably not a final product by any means. Uh, but it is 168 pages, so it's not as big as I thought it was. But it is the how I started out. So I typed and wrote so much that the only reason I stopped writing this game was because my power turned off because I didn't pay the bill. That's how fucked up it was back then. I didn't have internet or anything. My internet was already cut off at this point. So I only had this to focus on. Eventually, I fixed my life up. But shit got real. Anyways, so that's that. The the current version of the game that I'm currently working on, I will show you that. So the current game is Vandella, A City at War. So this will be the remake of the first edition. I know of the first idea of it. It is a cyberpunk game. Post-apocalyptic cyberpunk, I guess, kind of. Post-apocalyptic. So this would be the newer or newest. Still working on it. The rules are not done, but it does feel more like a game that I can enjoy. And you're gonna see my name on it and stuff and whatever. Don't worry about it. Inspired by Burning Wheel games, but doesn't have the same thing. But this is actually written out in a way that makes me happy. I enjoy this. But it's not complete. It's not complete. In fact, I'll tell you what I need to have done for this game to be completed. So, Mike, what I have left is I don't remember. It's here somewhere. I'm just not seeing it right now. But anyways, there's a thing that I have here, which is like a list of things that I still need to complete before I can say that this is a play testable product. Right now, it's not. You can't play test it. Let's see. So I wouldn't. Yeah. So just check it out. No, that's not completed. It will eventually be done. Last time I touched on it was December. But since then, I lost my job and stuff, and I've been doing streaming. My hyperfixations have changed. But like the Final Fantasy, the Phantasy Star 4 card game, it'll always loop back. I always loop back to my shit. I don't completely give up on it. All right, moving on. Gotta put on pause again. I left the mic on. You can hear me in the background fishing through stuff. All right. Boom, back. All right. So here's another one. So I can't find the battle board. I have a big battle board for this game, and it's all laminated and shit. I know I misplace things fairly often. But anyways, it could have been. I might have used like a placemat or something on something. Anyways, so hey, thanks for. So what's this here? So I made a. See, here's my problem: is that I have one IP in which I created myself, and then everything else I create is always something else I enjoy. So I became a big fan of StarCraft. So what did I do? I made a StarCraft role-playing game. Yeah. Strange, right? So this game is based off another game called 316 Carnage Among the Stars. And you can see there's a lot of changes that were made to the game. But it's a narrative game. It's a narrative StarCraft game. It talks about the Guild Wars. It talks about the Great War, the Brood War, the Second Great War. The different, So what happens in this game is you play as a Terran. So I don't have all the other races done. I don't think I'm ever going to finish this. But you play as a Terran, and you're part of like a great organization. So you're either a part of the Terran Confederacy, the UED, the Terran Dominion, with Octor's Minx and such. You can also be part of the Rebels, which are like the Raiders. But that's in the expansion that is not written in here. So there's an expansion that if you can play as one of those factions, the three that I mentioned, right, based on what year you want to play in, or you can play as that. So the difference is that if you play as these guys here, the Dominion, the Confederacy, or the UED or whatever, you have a really strict regiment of what sort of orders you may be given. But eventually you'll go up the ranks and make those orders yourself. Those ranks give you unlock better things. So you can start off as a rank 0 private, which you can gain an SCV, a Marine, or you can, based on the timeline, if it's the future or whatever, you can become a Reaper. So they give you kind of like weapons and stuff. As you rank up, so as you start doing things, usually ranking up is kind of like leveling in this game, but really leveling is not really relevant to this game. You get other responsibilities. Yeah, StarCraft 2. Nice. I remember spending so much money. Oh yeah, that game was not cheap when it first came out. So every rank has its own directive, right? Things that you need to accomplish. In this case, a Firebat needs to maximize kill ratio. So kill as many things as you can. A Reaper, maximize kill ratio. So that's kind of like what their responsibility is, right? Kaboom, baby! And of course, they get the various different. You get to choose which weapon you have. So remember when I talked about flashbacks in Darkest Dungeon, talking about memories and flashbacks? This is where the original idea came from. Was this game? So in this game here is that you guys are in a war. You are in a war against whatever your people deem as being the enemy. So basically, even if the Dominion says, we need to kill these Protoss, or we need to kill off all of these XYZ civilizations or whatever, like you're just a grunt doing it. However, your character will have flashbacks, probably from the war, probably from something in life or whatever. And those flashbacks come as strengths and weaknesses, kind of like in the Darkest Dungeon thing. Strengths allow you to automatically complete a task. Weaknesses means you run away and you flee the scene. So this is kind of where the concept of it came from. I've changed it a bit since to kind of match up with the idea of how I work with my system, or our system. But yeah, so then as you go up ranks, your orders will have to change. Eventually, you'll get to a point where people don't matter anymore, right? So after so long going up ranks, your task would be literally to make sure nobody survives. So essentially, if somebody gets to a point where you go on a mission and the mission's supposed to be top secret, you're ordered basically to kill off the people that went with you. The kind of like to be like, well, you know, those people don't really matter. Really, it's about the ultimate goal is the greater good, or what you consider to be the greater good. And this also kind of challenges your morality and stuff as you begin playing. So this is this version of the games. This would be the Star Wars playing as the Confederacy, the Dominion. If you're playing as the Raiders, which I don't have written in here, I don't think, but I don't. If you play as the Raiders, then you're actually doing other moral things where certain groups will do contracts. So I'll send you StarCraft one too, I guess. I got that one written up pretty good too. Let me see. Do I have the rules written in a way that people can view and not be like, what the fuck is this? I do have a version of it, I'm sure. StarCraft. Maybe in a PDF, maybe? Is that the one I'm looking for? That's 2016. I don't think so. What's the newest one I have here? I have two versions here. Maybe it's this one. No. No, I don't know which one it is. Fuck me. Is it this one? Let me see. So yes, I like writing games. Obviously. This is fully playable, by the way. Yep, so this is it here. I'll share this one. This is a fully playable game. I don't know if Raiders portion is fully playable yet. I don't think I'll be coming back to finish this. I don't know. Hard to say. But essentially, what happens is if you're part of the rebellion, you have to make deals with contracts. So some of the people will be like the Block B, the Minoff Mining Company, Mirnoff, the Jamorman Protectorate. So essentially, there's a bunch of different groups that are in the Liberty Radio, but they want you to do things. They Smirnoff, right? They all have something that they want from you, right? So the problem is that the contracts are good to get because they'll, increase your ability to get certain gear, but they're going to be a bit more ambiguous with regards to morality or risks involved, right? There might be literally a group that wants an entire group of people killed because they have ideologies of like eugenics or purifying the blood of their tribe or something, right? So it is, so it's like your characters are going to be like put in situations where if they don't get the contract, then they can never advance. But then are they willing to go do the things to make it happen, and who are they siding with, right? So that's kind of like if you play as the Raiders or the Rebels, that's kind of where you're going with. I don't have a good viable copy that I can find to send to you all to show you. So I'll skip on that for now because I don't really want to just send you all like garbled mess of stuff that I see here. If I had a better one, maybe a better version of it. Anyways, that's another one. I got another one I don't want to show you either. It's not a good game. I don't think I've ever did properly finish it. I'll take a look at it to see. Project Legacy City. I don't know if this is nah, this sucks. This is only 24 pages long. Yeah, fuck that shit. That's not even worth looking at. All right. So, next. I'm probably not going to get to the card games because it's getting pretty close to my overtime. Yeah. So this is the unofficial print. And I spelled something wrong. I spelled unofficial wrong. Official. Anyways, doesn't matter. This is just a print. I printed off 10 of these and gave it to my friends. So this is the Darkest Dungeon RPG book, which I am playing with people on stream, and also in real life I play as the beta. So obviously stolen art and stuff, so I can't actually sell these. On Mondays, no. It's good. I wish I could play it weekly. It would be every 3 weeks. But this is the book. This is the book format of it, of what I have. This has all the rules, so like I can't even, like I can show you this, but I can't even show you all the rules of this because it'll be against kind of like the terms that I have in place with Burning Wheel. But check it out though. It's a full-fledged book that I got printed off. Yeah. Forbidden knowledge. Yeah. It's only for beta testing purposes, unfortunately. And it kind of like a thanks. But I also got a lot of spelling errors in this. This is before I had everything edited. Things now are mostly edited, so there's a lot less spelling errors now. But there is some wording changes I need to make with it. But yeah, this is Darkest Dungeon game. This is the Kanagi's playing this game, and so is Silver Havoc at this time. We are still looking for new players. Unfortunately, I know the timing's terrible though, because you know we played at very odd times. We played it early in the mornings for most people, and that's once every 3 weeks. But you know, right now I got 2 players, and honestly, after the last game, I'm feeling pretty confident about how we're playing it. So, feeling very happy. But I just want to show you that there is a physical copy of this. I may end up probably giving Kanagi and Silver Havoc one of the 2 remaining copies that I have left. I'll probably make them fight to the death for it. But you know, whatever. We'll see. We'll see because of the fact that I've only got a couple more left. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I wish you could join too. I think it would be a lot of fun. But anyways, that's that. I can't show it too much of it, so I just have it. It exists. So that's all the stuff that I created in role-playing games. I did have another game called Project Legacy, but like I said, that one's only 24 pages long and not very heavy on the rules. So I'll show you a couple other things. So I've got this. Ugh. So my friend Adam, different friend than Aaron, but friend Adam, he put together this monstrosity. So it's XD20. This just got printed because I told him how I got mine printed, so he got his printed off. This monster of a book. I'm 4 hours behind King Vic. Holy fuck, that's super long. Yeah, you must be on the west end. Unfortunately, I'm on the super east. 4.5 hours probably, because I have a half hour extra because I'm a newfie. But you can see this book is massive thick. He almost used the maximum of, I think it was 800 pages or something. Yeah, so 600. Let's see here. Yeah, and this is all the open licensing stuff, so he's got a little licensing in it. Very thick ass book. Assumes that's how Vic refers to them. Let's see him. Hello, friend Adam. Friend Adam. Yes. This is Dungeons and Dragons to an nth degree. It has every sort of rule kind of compacted into one book. I do like this game. I like the creativity of it. Not a big fan of D&D of sorts, but the fact that this is so diverse, it has all the different time frames. So it has like modern D20, a bunch of different types of future D20 stuff. So like every sort of iteration of what you would consider to be D20 era, the 3.5 era is in here. as you can see, it's a lot of love and very much hyperfixation on this game put in here. But he did put it all together in one big dirty newfie. You got it. How dare you? It's his big ass book. He made one each for us, so that's 3 books. Oh no, 2 books. 3 books. Yeah, one for himself, and one for the couple, each couple, because it's me and another couple that play. And then he made 2 other books, which were like the GMG and the monster book. Yes, that is a fucking massive book, and that's just the player's book. That doesn't include the GM guide, or the monsters. So it's massive, but it has every rule in here. Every rule and all the different iterations of the 3.5 era. Yeah, it's cool, hey? Like purple and it's got like a dragon. That's all AI art. Oh well. How dare you, Adam, do AI art? Well, that pretty much sums it all up here. I'm a newfie. Yeah, we talked already. No, we talked already about this. I know where you're from. You're right next to me. On the map, that is. I know where you're from. We had this conversation. Listen. I pay attention, I swear. It's all good. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah, I live in St. John's. I'm on the side. But yeah, you probably did notice my accent. I don't have a thick Newfie accent, but yeah. But yeah, that's all I have to show you. I do have. Or is it? Or is it? Yeah. You're not far from me. You're also not. Well, I won't. I don't want to dox you, so I'm not gonna say anything. So that's not all. That's thick. Yeah, that's right. Well, I don't know. A lot of people on the West End. Oh my God! Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I didn't even show like 1/3 of my RPG collection. Not even a quarter. Not even a third. I don't know. Maybe not even a quarter. I would have to go down and take a look. I have my RPG collection is my TC RGB collection is massive. It takes up all the shelving downstairs. And that's just different games. A lot. I play a lot of role-playing games. I'm obsessed with it. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. You missed the mouse guard discussion, yes. Sorry. I even showed the mouse guard books, comic books, and everything. You missed it. But you can always go back in my VOD and check out. I did talk about it in length because once again I had to give mouse guard the credit it deserves. Oh, I didn't quite show you this either, I guess. So going back a step here, going back to the Darkest Dungeon games that I created, I do have another thing I want to show you too. Outside of this, I only got probably another 15 minutes or so. So I'm not gonna have a lot of time to show you stuff, but I want to show you something else too because I like showing off other people's designs. Once again, I'm in a local think tank for game development. So we all kind of bounce games off each other and play them, and we often give each other prototypes of the games we make. There was blackjack and hookers. Actually, I did show a game that blackjack and hookers would probably be a mission or a campaign. The game is called Pirate, but it's an 18+ game. It's an 18+ role-playing game. It's not meant for anybody. Like it's an adult game. Yeah. But there was no pictures, so I could show you I showed the people the text of it anyways. But so anyways, Another thing I kind of developed here and is the card system. So something that in Darkest Dungeon that hasn't happened yet in the role-playing game was a conflict. But these are the conflict cards that players get um, when they go do a conflict. So that's the GM ones. And then I'll open up a player's deck here. Oh, yeah, this got a lot of shit in it. Right, so you can tell they all kind of look similar. Oh, I found the cards afterwards. They're in behind these. Look at that. There's a mouse guard card. Look at that. Mouse guard attack card. Uses the same system that I'm using Darkest Dungeon for. So that's really, remember I couldn't find the cards? I was like, where the fuck are they? They're in behind these. Which makes sense. Same game, essentially. And these were not the ones, I didn't have to break open a pack for it. Because these were, yeah, they're already there. But anyways, so like these are the conflict cards that you would end up getting when you're doing a conflict in Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, it kind of tells you what the cards do, the part and things of it. You're probably looking at this being like, what the fuck? Because really, it means nothing to you until you see it in action. Like, hopefully, we will see it in action at some point because, eventually, I'm sure the players will get there. But like, here are some other stuff too. Maybe this is pretty interesting to show you. So in the game, you get conditions. So you get condition cards. So like, here's Afraid. So like in a real life game, if Kanagi and Silver Havoc were playing with me in real life, they wouldn't just tick off things on a character sheet to say what they are. So I would be like, okay, you are hungry and thirsty. Boom. Here's your hungry and thirsty card. So it shows you here, hungry and thirsty. You know what hungry and thirsty does, right? -1 disposition +1 stress upon receiving it, right? And if you end up getting hungry and thirsty again, you would turn into starving, right? So I don't know if you can see that without the glare. So starving, you flip the card around and then you do what that. So basically, starving is a worsening condition of the original condition. So it's still hungry and thirsty, but it's worsening, meaning that you'll get all the negative effects on top of it, but also the effects on the bottom. But it's all written out, so you don't have to flip it back and forth and stuff. Yeah. Whoa. It even tells you how to recover on the bottom. You see it in there. I know you probably can't see it very well, but in that little box it shows you like what you need in order to recover from the test and whatnot. Yeah, the grind can do it. Failed test can do it. Losing a conflict can do it. All sorts of stuff. Then you got your blessed and your curse cards. Your hopeful and your dead card. If I give you the dead condition, that probably means you had no other options. So in order to get the dead condition, you would have to, as it says, fail a death's door roll. And if you get the dead condition, you cannot test, use wises, or help, which essentially means you can't do anything. But as an example here, you can get angry, and then if you get too angry, you can become furious, you know, which puts more stress on you and other party members. So that's the cards I made for the game. Shit, that's the wrong deck. Goes in here. That goes in here. I put a lot of effort into the things I do. Let's say. I don't like half-assing it, especially not stuff that I'm really into. And I spend money on it, which is also terrible for me because money is like kind of important. Here's some other stuff for the Darkest Dungeon. So unlocking things, you might end up finding trinkets. So here are some trinkets. These are just printed on my black and white printer, so that's why they're not as colorful. Because like, I can't fucking color print everything, you know? Let's see, the sharpening charm is in here, I think. Or somebody might already have it. Yeah, it looks like it's not in here. So the sharpening charm might have been something that came out later, or somebody has it in their player box. We stopped playtesting, unfortunately. Mainly because we have problems keeping players are too busy with their real life stuff, so we just kind of stopped. That's why I really focused on trying to get an online group going, because I still want to play the game and playtest it, but I won't be able to use these cards, sadly. And one last thing with Darkest Dungeon. That's this stuff. So when you get items, you get the physical cards. All the physical cards are printed off, right? So the arbalist, the musket, the pistol, tells you what they do, tells you what bonuses they get, tells you what's special about them. So you literally will have a clipboard, and you put all your conditions, your items, everything on your clipboard, up under your clipboard. All you have to do is just write them in a slot where you're holding them to, right? Where you're carrying them to. Like here's your throwing daggers, your battle axe, your bola, broken manacles, you know? So these are all the things that you can use as weapons and armor, and it tells you what to use it for, how to use it. Shields, how to use shields. You know, leather armor, like how to use leather armor and in which point an attack and defense on feints and stuff. So it's all color coordinated too, so you don't have to just look at the rules. That's right. Look at what it says. You can look at the colors and kind of get an idea when it's used, if it's used for attacks, if it's used for defense, like what it's used for. Okay. I probably rambled on for far too long. It is what? How many hours am I doing this for? A lot? A lot of hours? 4 hours? So I've been talking about role-playing games for 4 hours. And I only got through 1/3 of my collection. I didn't even get to the card game stuff. Oh well. That's fine. We'll save the card game stuff for another time. Let me show you this, I guess. Nah, fuck it. I'm not going to show you that. No need. All right. So, with all said and done, how did everybody feel about that stream? I was probably a bit of an overload about things. About my obsessions and what I like, my things. I have a lot of that stuff. And I had to set this up very strangely. I have a camera up above me here. Kind of coming down here, and then I have cameras coming at me doing my full body stuff, or my upper body stuff, so. It is wacky. It was a good stream. Cool. Thank you. What can I say about this? I did want to show another thing, but I'm going to save that for another time. Because I went to the dentist, yeah. Well, I mean, fair enough. I mean, I don't expect people to tune into the entirety of this. I mean, there's always the VOD that you can check out later. But, yeah, totally. As for card games, like I said, I developed a couple of those too. Yeah, there was so the only other thing I wanted to show you, but I'm gonna wait because maybe we'll do a tabletop thing later. I got a friend. Like I said, I got a couple of prototypes from the think tank that I would like to show everybody. at some point. Oh, well, I appreciate that, Rovox. Thank you so much. So maybe when I do, oh, awesome! I'm glad you enjoyed it. I know it's a weird one, different. No pause. But they're yeah. So I'll probably do a tabletop board game / card game one, because the stuff I kind of showed today, I guess for the most part, was RPG related. I still have probably about 40 other RPGs to show. Some of which you've heard of, I'm sure. Which I probably won't show the ones that you guys, like Dungeons and Dragons and I don't know, like BTM, Vampire the Masquerade or something. You probably don't care about those books. But I'll show you the other ones, the indie stuff. Yeah, I've got about three or four prototypes from other indie developers, local ones that are made here in St. John's. I don't know if they ever get made. I think some of these got produced. Maybe one of them. The rest of them, they never got created, so you would never see them unless you've seen them here. So stay tuned. Other than that, any questions? Anybody want to throw anything at me? Because I gotta clean up. Holy fuck. There are books everywhere here. Tonight, I'm having a barbecue. Got some friends coming over. We're going to roast some various items on a barbecue because it's really nice weather out. And then tomorrow, I guess that's tomorrow. Which I will be on stream again tomorrow. Sorry, did I say tonight? I meant tomorrow. Tomorrow I got the barbecue. Tomorrow I'll be streaming again. I'll probably try to do a stream together. If not, maybe I'll continue with the setup and maybe do some of the tabletop stuff. Might even go over Tabletop Simulator and show you the Vanilla game and how to play. And maybe I can coax somebody into playing it. Maybe not. Maybe I'll get Rugu. Rugu seems to be my test subject on things. But yeah, the weekend is gonna be a very busy weekend. The weekend I've got Frosthaven again because one of my friends were able to have the time to come play, which normally he can't. So this is another opportunity. I got lucky because last weekend we were able to play. We get to play again this weekend, but then it's probably going to be months before we see him again. So, and then Sunday is playing D&D. So busy weekend for me, all gaming related. And yeah, hopefully I can still find a job sometime. I've been stressing about that lately. I still have 6 months before I have to worry about monetarily, we'll say. Likely I'll probably be going back to the service industry, probably doing more IT stuff again. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but that's life, right? You don't. I mean, I can't make a living being a mouse on the internet, so which legit makes sense. So that's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be my life has changed quite a bit since I got laid off. So, yeah, like that's okay. Change is good sometimes. Anyways, if you like what you see and you're not subscribed already, not subscribed. Sorry, if you're not fucking follows me already, make sure you follow me, please. I'm trying to reach 100. I need that big 100. I kind of wanted to get it before May. I almost got it. I got to 97. Pretty close. But Never got to 100, and it was kind of my own fault because I got really busy towards the end of the last week, which would have been where my 3 extra followers probably could have went to, and I didn't get to stream very much. So, uh, Democrat, Democrat. Hey, Demo. Everybody follow Demo. Everybody go ahead, give Demo a follow. Because I pity Demo. You know, I feel really bad for Demo. You know, Demo tries so hard, but never can seem to get it up. You know, or you never get it things. I feel really bad for Demo. So why don't we give Demo a follow, everybody? A pity follow. Everybody give Demo a pity follow, okay?
Self-preservation is paramount at any cost.
No! No, don't listen to Demo. I didn't say listen Demo. I just said give Demo a follow. Good. But only a pity one. Only if you're doing it out of pity. Out of like, you know, ugh. Fine, I'll do it. Roll your eyes and just follow. As for everybody else, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thanks for spending the time, spending the after day with me, listening to me ramble about my stuff that I'm obsessed with. I'll be back tomorrow, either with play together with a game that with friends, or talk about more tabletop games, or you might even see me play some solo stuff. I got Snickers caramel on my glasses somehow. Well, you know what? The questions would be even more if you weren't eating Snickers caramel, because then I'm going to be wondering how, even more so. Are you currently eating it? Because if not, the context is even stranger. All right, everybody. Thanks so much. I'm gonna see if anybody's online so I can like raid them. I've been following some new people, so I want to support creators that I like, I guess. So well, there's only one that I can give it to, so and so let's do that. Demo, I don't know how you got any sort of caramel on your glasses, my friend. I will tell you that we all make mistakes. Some people are mistakes. Boy, I hate my blurred vision headaches. What the heck? What the heck? Oh, this is the other person. Yeah, well, Demo, you're gonna be rating somebody you're already following. Somebody who probably has more entertainment value than I do, and that's fine. All right, everybody. I'm gonna send you over to Squiggle. Little Squiggles will give you entertainment, and I think she's playing Dune. Sorry. Oh, playing Dune. Wow, that's kind of cool. So enjoy, everybody.